Hey there, night owls. Tonight we're not talking about some cape-wearing vampire who's afraid of garlic. No, we're going way darker than that. We're talking about the real Dracula, a man so terrifying that even the Ottoman Empire, the superpower of his age, hesitated before crossing into his territory. Vlad III, the Impaler. A prince who turned mass execution into psychological warfare and made forests out of human bodies on stakes. Forget everything Bram Stoker sold you. The truth is somehow worse. Here's the thing though, was he actually a monster? Or was he a desperate ruler fighting impossible odds, using the only language his enemies understood? That's what we're going to find out tonight. But before we dive in, smash that like button if you're into history that doesn't sugarcoat anything, and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from right now? I want to know who's joining me on this journey into 15th century madness. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's travel back to a time when the Balkans were a chessboard soaked in blood, and one man decided to play the game with stakes, literally. Ready? Let's go. So here's the uncomfortable truth we need to address before we go any further. Almost everything you think you know about Vlad the Impaler comes from people who wanted him dead. And I mean really, really wanted him dead. We're talking about sources written by his political enemies, his commercial rivals, and later, novelists who couldn't care less about historical accuracy as long as the book sold well. Trying to find the real Vlad III beneath all this propaganda is a bit like trying to find out what your ex really thought of you by reading their angry text messages to their friends. You'll get a picture, sure, but probably not the most balanced one. Let's start with the earliest sources, the ones written during Vlad's lifetime or shortly after his death. The most famous of these are the German pamphlets, printed in the Holy Roman Empire starting around 1463 and continuing well into the 1500s. These weren't neutral historical documents. They were essentially medieval tabloids, complete with sensational headlines and woodcut illustrations showing Vlad dining among forests of impaled corpses. The titles alone tell you everything you need to know about their objectivity. One was literally called The Frightening and Truly Extraordinary Story of a Wicked Blood-Drinking Tyrant Called Dracula. Not exactly subtle journalism. These pamphlets were among the first bestsellers of the printing press era, which tells us something interesting about human nature that probably hasn't changed much in 500 years. We've always loved a good horror story, especially when it comes with pictures. But here's what most people don't realise. These German pamphlets weren't written by concerned historians trying to document atrocities for posterity. They were commissioned directly or indirectly by Saxon merchants from Transylvania, who had very personal reasons to hate Vlad III. You see, Vlad had spent considerable effort during his reign trying to break the economic stranglehold that German Saxon traders held over Wallachian commerce. These merchants had established a comfortable monopoly, controlling the flow of goods in and out of Wallachia and charging whatever prices they felt like. Vlad, in his characteristically diplomatic fashion, responded by burning their trade outposts, impaling merchants who violated his economic regulations, and generally making life extremely uncomfortable for anyone trying to profit from his country, without contributing to it. The Saxons, naturally, were not thrilled about this development. So when the printing press came along and offered a chance to destroy someone's reputation across an entire continent, they seized it with both hands. The stories in these pamphlets follow a clear pattern. Vlad is portrayed as a madman who kills for pleasure, who invents creative tortures for entertainment, and who shows no mercy to anyone regardless of guilt or innocence. One famous story describes him inviting all the beggars and sick people of Wallachia to a grand feast, then locking the doors and burning the building down with everyone inside. When asked why, he supposedly replied that he had cured them of their poverty and suffering permanently. Another story tells of him nailing the turbans to the heads of Ottoman ambassadors who refused to remove their headwear in his presence, claiming he was simply helping them follow their custom more permanently. These tales are vivid, memorable, and absolutely perfect for selling pamphlets. Whether they're true is another matter entirely. The problem is that many of these stories have a suspicious quality to them. They're almost too perfectly villainous, too neatly constructed to provoke maximum horror. Medieval propaganda, like modern propaganda, worked best when it contained a grain of truth wrapped in layers of exaggeration. Did Vlad execute people? Absolutely, and in large numbers. Did he use impalement as his preferred method? Without question. But did he really nail turbans to people's heads, or burn hundreds of poor people alive for sport? The evidence becomes considerably thinner when you look closely. These stories appear nowhere in contemporary accounts from other sources, and they have the distinct flavour of tales designed to shock rather than inform. It's worth noting that similar stories about feasting among the dying or creative torture were attributed to other rulers throughout medieval history whenever someone wanted to make them look bad. They were stock villainies, the medieval equivalent of calling someone a witch or a heretic when you wanted to turn public opinion against them. The Ottoman sources present a different but equally biased picture. Turkish chronicles from the period describe Vlad as a treacherous rebel, a brutal enemy of Islam, and a dangerous madman who needed to be eliminated for the safety of the empire. This isn't surprising given that Vlad spent most of his reign actively trying to kill as many Ottoman soldiers as possible and made it his personal mission to prevent Turkish expansion into his homeland. The Ottomans had their own reasons to portray him as a monster. A rebellion against the mighty Ottoman Empire was bad enough, but if that rebel could be painted as an inhuman creature rather than a legitimate ruler defending his country, it made the whole situation easier to explain to the folks back home. Nobody wants to admit that a tiny principality with a fraction of their military resources managed to give them a bloody nose. Much better to say you were fighting a demon in human form. Russian sources, interestingly, take a somewhat different approach. Tales about Vlad circulated in Russia, starting in the late 15th century, and while they certainly don't shy away from describing his brutality, they often frame it differently. In Russian accounts, Vlad's cruelty is frequently presented as harsh, but just punishment for criminals, corrupt officials, and liars. One famous Russian story describes Vlad testing a merchant by leaving a bag of gold in the street overnight. When the merchant reported it stolen the next morning, even though nothing had been taken, Vlad had him executed for lying. The message was clear. Under Vlad's rule, honesty was rewarded and dishonesty was fatal. Russian chroniclers seem to appreciate this kind of iron-fisted justice. Perhaps because their own rulers weren't exactly known for being soft and cuddly either. Ivan the Terrible, who came along about a century later, would have found Vlad's methods quite reasonable, possibly even a bit mild. Now, here's where things get really complicated. All of these sources, whether German, Ottoman or Russian, agree on certain basic facts. Vlad did rule Wallachia, he did fight the Ottomans, he did execute large numbers of people, and he did prefer impalement as his method of execution. The disagreement is about scale, motivation and character. Were we talking about thousands of victims or tens of thousands? Was he punishing genuine criminals or murdering innocent people for entertainment? Was he defending his country or indulging a personal taste for blood? The sources give completely different answers depending on who wrote them and why. Romanian sources from the same period are frustratingly sparse. Wallachia in the 15th century wasn't exactly a centre of literary production. The country was poor, constantly at war, and didn't have the infrastructure for producing and preserving written records the way more developed regions did. What few Romanian sources exist tend to portray Vlad more sympathetically, as a strong ruler who restored order to a chaotic country and defended Christianity against Islamic expansion. Local folk traditions remember him as a stern but fair prince who punished the wicked and protected the common people. But these traditions were also shaped by centuries of retelling, and it's impossible to know how much they reflect genuine 15th century attitudes versus later Romanian nationalism looking for a heroic figure to rally around. The situation gets even murkier when we move into the modern era. Bram Stoker published his novel Dracula in 1897, and everything changed. Suddenly, the historical Vlad III was buried beneath an entirely fictional vampire who happened to share his nickname. Stoker probably knew very little about the real Dracula. His research consisted mainly of reading a few books about Transylvania and Romanian folklore, and he likely picked the name Dracula, simply because it sounded appropriately sinister. The connection between his vampire count and the historical Wallachian prince is extremely thin. Stoker's Dracula is a Transylvanian nobleman, not a Wallachian one, and his backstory has almost nothing in common with Vlad III's actual life. But none of that mattered to the reading public, who enthusiastically merged the fictional vampire with the historical impaler into one terrifying figure. Hollywood naturally made things worse. Countless films have portrayed Dracula as everything from a romantic anti-hero to a mindless monster, and almost none of them have bothered with historical accuracy. Why would they? Accuracy doesn't sell tickets. The 1992 film by Francis Ford Coppola, actually attempted to connect the vampire legend with the historical Vlad, showing scenes of him fighting the Ottomans before transforming into an immortal creature of the night. It's a visually stunning movie with approximately zero historical value. More recent productions, like the 2014 film Dracula Untold, went even further into fantasy territory, portraying Vlad as a basically decent guy who becomes a vampire to save his family from the evil Ottomans. It's the kind of historical revisionism that would make any serious scholar weep into their research notes, though admittedly it probably made for a more sympathetic protagonist than local warlord who liked to watch people die slowly on wooden stakes. The video game industry has also gotten in on the action, featuring Dracula as a boss villain in countless titles and further cementing the vampire legend at the expense of historical memory. At this point, if you stopped random people on the street and asked them who Dracula was, 99 out of 100 would describe a vampire. The remaining one would probably think you were talking about a breakfast cereal mascot. The historical Vlad III has been almost completely erased from popular consciousness, replaced by a fictional monster who happens to share his name. This is a remarkable achievement in historical obfuscation, and it happened largely by accident. Stoker wasn't trying to destroy anyone's reputation, he just needed a scary name for his villain and grabbed the first one that sounded right. So what does this mean for us tonight? It means we need to approach this story with considerable humility. We can establish certain facts with reasonable confidence. We know when Vlad lived, roughly how long he ruled, who his major enemies were, and how he died. We know that he earned his nickname the Impaler through enthusiastic use of that particular execution method. We know that his contemporaries, friend and foe alike, considered him exceptionally brutal even by the generous standards of the 15th century. But beyond these basic facts, almost everything is contested. The numbers of his victims range from a few thousand to over 100,000, depending on which source you believe. His motivations are interpreted as everything from sadistic madness to calculated political strategy. His legacy is claimed by Romanian nationalists as a hero and condemned by human rights scholars as a prototype for modern war criminals. The honest answer to the question, who was the real Vlad the Impaler, is that we'll never know for certain. Too much time has passed, too many layers of propaganda and fiction have accumulated, and the original man has been buried beneath centuries of mythology. What we can do is examine the evidence critically, consider the biases of our sources, and try to reconstruct a plausible picture of who this person might have been and why he acted as he did. That's what we're going to attempt tonight, with full acknowledgement that we're building a portrait from fragmentary and unreliable materials. Think of it like trying to solve a 500-year-old murder mystery where half the witnesses were lying and the other half were working for the defense. But before we can understand Vlad himself, we need to understand the world that created him. And that means diving into the absolute geopolitical nightmare that was the Balkans in the 15th century. Because here's the thing, and this is crucial for everything that follows, Vlad III didn't emerge from a vacuum. He was the product of a specific time and place, shaped by forces that had been building for centuries before his birth. To understand why he became what he became, we need to understand the chessboard he was playing on. And trust me, it was a chessboard where the pieces had a nasty habit of eating each other. Picture, if you will, a map of southeastern Europe around the year 1430, roughly when Vlad was born. At first glance, it looks like a complicated mess of kingdoms, principalities, and empires. At second glance, it still looks like a complicated mess, because that's exactly what it was. The region we now call the Balkans had spent the previous 1,000 years being invaded, conquered, liberated, and reconquered by pretty much everyone with an army and a sense of ambition. Romans, Goths, Huns, Slavs, Bulgars, Byzantines, Crusaders, and most recently Ottomans had all taken their turn trying to control this strategically vital corridor between Europe and Asia. The result was a patchwork of competing powers, shifting alliances, and simmering resentments that made modern international relations look like a friendly game of checkers. At the centre of this chaos was a small principality called Wallachia, wedged uncomfortably between much larger and more powerful neighbours. To the south and east lay the Ottoman Empire, the rising superpower of the age, which had spent the last century steadily swallowing up the Balkans piece by piece. To the northwest was the Kingdom of Hungary, the most powerful Christian state in the region, and the self-appointed defender of Europe against Islamic expansion. To the northeast was Moldavia, a sister principality with its own complicated relationship with both the Ottomans and the Hungarians. And to the north, beyond the Carpathian Mountains, was Transylvania, technically part of Hungary, but populated largely by Romanians and German-Saxon settlers with their own agendas. Wallachia itself was not a large or particularly wealthy country. Its economy was primarily agricultural, based on farming and animal husbandry, with some trade passing through on the routes between Central Europe and the Black Sea. It had no natural defences worth mentioning, sitting on a relatively flat plain that any determined army could march across without much difficulty. Its military resources were modest, capable of fielding perhaps 30 to 40,000 men in an emergency, though more typically operating with far fewer. In any conventional military calculation, Wallachia should have been absorbed by one of its larger neighbours centuries before Vlad was born. The fact that it maintained its independence, however tenuously, was a testament to clever diplomacy, strategic location, and the inability of its neighbours to agree on who should own it. The Ottoman Empire in the early 15th century was arguably the most formidable military power on the planet. Starting from a small Anatolian principality around 1300, the Ottomans had expanded with terrifying speed, conquering most of Asia Minor, crossing into Europe, and steadily dismantling what remained of the Byzantine Empire. By 1430, they controlled most of the Balkans south of the Danube, including Bulgaria, Serbia, and large parts of Greece. Constantinople, the ancient capital of the Eastern Roman Empire and the greatest city in Christendom, was surrounded on all sides by Ottoman territory, and surviving only because the Turks hadn't quite gotten around to finishing it off yet. Everyone knew it was only a matter of time before the city fell. The only question was whether anything could stop the Ottoman advance afterward. The Ottoman military machine was genuinely impressive by any standard. At its core were the Janissaries, an elite infantry force recruited through the Devsham system, which essentially involved taking Christian boys from conquered territories, converting them to Islam, and training them from childhood as professional soldiers. This might sound horrifying to modern sensibilities, and it was certainly no fun for the families whose children were taken, but it produced warriors of exceptional quality. Janissaries were disciplined, well-equipped, fanatically loyal to the Sultan, and absolutely terrifying on the battlefield. Backing them up were the Sipahi cavalry, feudal horsemen who received land grants in exchange for military service, and massive numbers of irregular troops who could be called up for major campaigns. When the Ottoman Empire decided to invade somewhere, it didn't send a raiding party, it sent an avalanche. The Ottomans also possessed advantages beyond mere numbers. Their administration was efficient by medieval standards, capable of organising logistics and supply chains that kept huge armies fed and equipped far from home. Their artillery was cutting edge, featuring some of the largest cannons in the world, weapons that could reduce supposedly impregnable fortresses to rubble in a matter of weeks. And their religious ideology provided powerful motivation. The sultans styled themselves as Ghazis, warriors for the faith, and conquest of Christian lands was framed as a sacred duty. Ottoman soldiers believed they were fighting for God, which tends to make people fight harder than soldiers who are just fighting for a paycheck. Standing against this juggernaut was the Kingdom of Hungary, which had emerged as the primary Christian bulwark in the region largely by default. Hungary was a substantial medieval kingdom, wealthy by regional standards and capable of fielding large armies when motivated. Its kings took seriously their role as defenders of Christendom, partly from genuine religious conviction, and partly because it gave them leverage in European politics and access to papal funding. Hungarian nobles had been fighting Ottoman raiders for decades by the time Vlad was born, with mixed success. They had won some impressive victories and suffered some crushing defeats, but they had managed to hold the line at the Danube River, which served as a rough border between Christian and Ottoman spheres of influence. The problem with Hungary as a defender of Europe was that the Hungarians had their own agenda, which didn't always align with the interests of smaller states like Wallachia. Hungarian kings were perfectly happy to use Wallachia as a buffer zone, absorbing Ottoman attacks that might otherwise have fallen on Hungarian territory. They were considerably less enthusiastic about actually defending Wallachia or allowing its rulers to pursue independent policies. From the Hungarian perspective, Wallachia was a client state that existed to serve Hungarian interests. Wallachian princes who got too independent, too friendly with the Ottomans, or too successful in their own right had a nasty habit of being replaced with more cooperative candidates. The Hungarians maintained a stable of pretenders to the Wallachian throne, ready to be deployed whenever the current ruler became inconvenient. This created an impossible situation for any Wallachian prince trying to actually govern his country. Lean too close to Hungary, and you risked provoking an Ottoman invasion that Hungary might or might not actually help you fight off. Lean too close to the Ottomans, and you risked a Hungarian-backed coup that would replace you with someone more agreeable. Try to maintain genuine independence, and you risked attacks from both directions simultaneously. The average Wallachian reign during this period lasted about 5 years, and an alarming number of princes ended their careers by violent death rather than peaceful retirement. This was not a job with great benefits or long-term career prospects. The Ottomans, for their part, were perfectly happy with this arrangement. They didn't necessarily want to directly conquer Wallachia, at least not yet. Direct conquest meant direct administration, which required resources and attention that could be better spent elsewhere. What they wanted was a compliant vassal state that paid tribute, provided military support when requested, and didn't cause trouble. They maintained their own stable of pretenders to the Wallachian throne, typically princes who had been raised in the Ottoman court and could be trusted to remain loyal. Whenever a Wallachian ruler got too independent or too friendly with Hungary, the Ottomans would simply install a replacement. The fact that this replacement system was virtually identical to the Hungarian approach was not lost on anyone, least of all the Wallachians themselves. Caught in this vice between two empires, Wallachia developed a distinctive political culture based on survival through flexibility. Princes regularly switched allegiances depending on which power seemed more threatening at any given moment. They paid tribute to both the Ottomans and the Hungarians when necessary, made promises they had no intention of keeping, and generally treated diplomacy as a contact sport where the only rule was don't get killed. Loyalty was a luxury that Wallachian rulers simply couldn't afford. The ones who tried to maintain consistent principles tended to end up dead rather quickly, replaced by more pragmatic successors who understood that survival required moral flexibility. The other major player in this regional drama was the Byzantine Empire, though by the 15th century empire was a generous description. Constantinople still stood, technically independent, but it was a shadow of its former glory. The city that had once ruled the eastern Mediterranean now controlled little more than its own walls and a few scattered territories in Greece. The Byzantine emperors spent most of their time desperately seeking help from Western Europe, promising everything from religious reunification to military alliances in exchange for assistance against the Ottomans. Western Europe made sympathetic noises but rarely provided meaningful support. The Fourth Crusade had sacked Constantinople in 1204, and relations between Eastern and Western Christianity had never fully recovered. Besides, the Ottomans seemed like someone else's problem, at least until they showed up on your doorstep. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 would send shockwaves throughout Europe and mark a symbolic end to the ancient Roman world. But even before that climactic event, everyone could see where things were headed. The Byzantine Empire was dying, and its death would remove the last major obstacle to Ottoman expansion into the heart of Europe. Hungary would become the front line, and Wallachia, sitting directly in the path of any Ottoman advance northward, would become one of the most strategically important pieces of real estate on the continent. Whoever controlled Wallachia controlled access to the Hungarian plain, and whoever controlled the Hungarian plain could threaten Vienna, and whoever threatened Vienna threatened the entire Christian West. This was the world into which Vlad III was born, probably around 1431, though the exact date is disputed because medieval record-keeping was not exactly precise. His father, Vlad II, was himself a prince of Wallachia, though his hold on the throne was precarious at best. The elder Vlad had spent years navigating the treacherous waters of Balkan politics, making deals with both Hungarians and Ottomans, switching sides when necessary, and generally doing whatever it took to stay alive and in power. He was a member of the Order of the Dragon, a chivalric order founded by the Holy Roman Emperor Sigismund to defend Christianity against Ottoman expansion, which earned him the nickname Dracula, meaning the dragon. His son would inherit the diminutive form of this name, Dracula, son of the dragon. The young Vlad grew up watching his father struggle to maintain independence in an impossible situation. He saw how quickly alliances could shift, how easily trust could be betrayed, and how little mercy could be expected from either side in this endless struggle for survival. These lessons would shape him profoundly, though perhaps not in the ways his father intended. Where Vlad II tried to survive through diplomacy and compromise, his son would eventually choose a different path, one based on terror rather than negotiation. But that transformation was still years away, forged in experiences that would break most men entirely. The political situation in the region was further complicated by the constant internal struggles within each major power. The Ottoman Empire, despite its military superiority, was not a monolithic entity. Succession disputes between princes were common, as the sultans had multiple wives and concubines whose sons all had potential claims to the throne. Ottoman politics involved elaborate court intrigues, poisonings, and occasionally outright civil wars between competing factions. These internal struggles could provide opportunities for Ottoman enemies, though they could also result in even more aggressive external policies as new sultans sought to prove their strength through conquest. Hungary faced similar internal divisions. The Hungarian nobility was powerful, fractious, and not always inclined to follow royal orders that conflicted with their personal interests. Kings who pushed too hard for centralized authority found themselves facing rebellions and conspiracies. Those who gave the nobles too much freedom found themselves unable to raise effective armies when the Ottomans came knocking. The delicate balance required to maintain Hungarian power while keeping the nobility in line consumed enormous amounts of royal attention and energy, often at the expense of coherent foreign policy. Even within Wallachia itself there was no unified political will. The boyar class, the landowning nobility, held considerable power and had their own interests that frequently conflicted with those of the prince. Boyars could make or break rulers, supporting pretenders against sitting princes when it suited their purposes or withdrawing support at critical moments. Many boyars had their own connections to either Hungary or the Ottoman Empire, relationships that provided insurance against whichever prince happened to be in power at any given moment. A prince who angered too many boyars might find himself facing internal revolt at the worst possible time, perhaps just as an external enemy was preparing to attack. The economic dimension of this political chaos deserves attention as well. Trade routes crisscrossed the region, connecting the wealthy markets of Italy and Western Europe with the goods of Asia and the Black Sea. Whoever controlled these routes could extract enormous profits through tariffs, tolls, and direct trade. The Saxon merchants of Transylvania had established themselves as crucial middlemen in this commercial network, and they guarded their privileges jealously. They had their own political influence, their own connections to Hungarian power structures, and their own reasons to prefer Wallachian rulers who would let them operate freely. A prince who threatened their commercial interests was a prince who had made powerful enemies. Religion added another layer of complexity to an already complicated situation. The region was a meeting point between Catholic Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, and Islam. Wallachia was predominantly Orthodox, following the religious tradition of Constantinople, but it was surrounded by Catholic Hungary and Islamic Ottoman Turkey. Religious identity mattered enormously in this period, serving as a marker of cultural belonging, political loyalty, and civilizational allegiance. The crusading ideology that had driven Christian armies to the Holy Land centuries earlier still resonated, reconfigured now as a struggle to defend Europe against Islamic expansion. But religious loyalties could also be manipulated for political purposes, as various powers used faith to justify their policies and condemn their enemies. The military technology of the era was also in a period of significant transition. Gunpowder weapons were becoming increasingly important, though they hadn't yet completely superseded traditional arms. Cannons could breach castle walls that had previously been considered impregnable, changing the strategic calculus of defence and offence. Handheld firearms were becoming more common, though they were still clumsy and unreliable compared to traditional crossbows and bows. The Ottomans were particularly advanced in artillery, having invested heavily in gunpowder technology, which gave them a significant advantage in siege warfare. Christian forces were scrambling to catch up with varying degrees of success. Cavalry remained the dominant arm on the battlefield, but its role was changing too. Heavy armoured knights, the iconic warriors of medieval Europe, were increasingly vulnerable to disciplined infantry formations and gunpowder weapons. The Ottomans had developed effective combined arms tactics that integrated cavalry, infantry, and artillery in ways that European armies struggled to match. Military innovation was happening rapidly, and states that failed to adapt found themselves at severe disadvantage. Wallachia, with its limited resources and constant political instability, was not well positioned to lead military innovation. It would have to rely on other advantages if it hoped to survive. Geography played a crucial role in all of this. The Danube River served as a natural boundary between Ottoman and Christian spheres, but it was a boundary that could be crossed when either side decided to make the effort. The Carpathian Mountains provided some protection for Transylvania and northern Wallachia, but they also created communication and supply difficulties that limited what armies could accomplish. The flat plains of southern Wallachia were difficult to defend against superior forces, offering no natural fortifications where a smaller army might hold off a larger one. Any Wallachian ruler had to work with this geographic reality, finding ways to use terrain to advantage where possible, and accepting vulnerability where not. Climate and disease were factors that affected military campaigns in ways that are easy to overlook. The region experienced hot, dry summers and cold winters, with significant variation year to year. Armies that moved too slowly could find themselves caught by seasonal changes, their supply lines disrupted by mud or snow. Disease was an ever-present threat, capable of destroying armies more effectively than any enemy. Plague, dysentery, typhus, and other illnesses swept through military camps with terrifying regularity, and there was little that medieval medicine could do to prevent or treat them. Wise commanders planned their campaigns around these realities, though wisdom was not always abundant among those who led armies. Into this chaotic, violent, treacherous world, Vlad III was born. He would spend his childhood watching his father navigate these impossible circumstances, learning lessons that would shape his entire approach to power and survival. He would experience betrayal, captivity, and loss before reaching adulthood. And he would eventually emerge as one of the most feared and controversial rulers of his age, a man whose methods horrified even his contemporaries and whose legend would outlive him by centuries. But all of that was still in the future. For now, in the early 1430s, he was just another prince's son, growing up in a world where princes' sons rarely lived to old age, and learning early that the only law that truly mattered was the law of survival. The question that would define Vlad's life was one that every Wallachian ruler had to answer. How do you survive when you're surrounded by enemies who are stronger than you, when your allies can't be trusted, when your own nobles might betray you at any moment, and when the penalty for failure is death? Previous princes had tried various answers: diplomatic maneuvering, temporary alliances, tribute payments, strategic marriages. Most had failed, ending their reigns in exile or execution. Vlad would eventually develop his own answer, one based on terror so extreme that it shocked even his battle-hardened contemporaries. Whether that answer was the product of genius, madness, or simply the inevitable result of the world that created him, is a question we'll explore as we continue this journey. But for now, let's pause and appreciate the sheer complexity of the situation. Wallachia in the 15th century was not a place where simple solutions worked. It was a place where survival required constant calculation, where every decision could have life or death consequences, and where trust was a commodity in desperately short supply. The men who ruled this principality weren't playing a normal political game. They were playing a game where the rules changed constantly, where the other players cheated as a matter of course, and where losing meant not just losing power, but often losing your head, sometimes literally. Vlad III would learn these rules thoroughly, first as a child watching his father, then as a hostage of the Ottomans, and finally as a ruler in his own right. The lessons he learned would make him one of the most effective and most terrifying princes Wallachia ever produced. Whether they also made him a monster or a hero depends entirely on who you ask and what sources you believe. The regional dynamics we've discussed weren't static. They evolved constantly as the balance of power shifted, as individual leaders rose and fell, and as military and economic circumstances changed. The mid-15th century would see some of the most dramatic developments in the region's history, including the final fall of Constantinople, major Ottoman campaigns into Europe, and desperate Christian efforts to organize resistance. Vlad III would be both a participant in and a product of these events, his career shaped by forces far beyond his control, even as he struggled to carve out some measure of autonomy in a world determined to crush independent actors. Understanding this context is essential for everything that follows. When we examine Vlad's actions, whether his military campaigns, his methods of execution, or his political strategies, we need to remember that he was operating in an environment of extreme danger and limited options. This doesn't excuse anything he did. Moral responsibility still exists even in difficult circumstances, but it does help explain why someone might resort to methods that seem incomprehensibly brutal from the comfort of modern life. The 15th century Balkans were not a place where gentle methods worked. They were a place where weakness invited destruction, and mercy was often repaid with betrayal. Vlad learned these lessons thoroughly, perhaps too thoroughly, and they shaped everything he became. As we move forward into the next chapters, we'll examine how the young Vlad experienced this world firsthand, through years of captivity in the Ottoman court that would transform him from a prince's son into something else entirely. We'll explore the psychology of a hostage who learned to hate his captors, while absorbing their language, their tactics, and even their methods of execution. We'll see how trauma and survival can create a person capable of acts that seem almost inhuman in their cruelty. And we'll try to understand, as best we can across the centuries, what the real Dracula might have been like before he became a legend. The story is just beginning, and it only gets darker from here. The sources may be biased and incomplete. The truth may be buried beneath layers of propaganda and mythology. But somewhere beneath all the exaggeration and fiction, there was a real person who lived, struggled, and died in one of the most violent corners of a violent age. Finding that person, or at least getting closer to him than the vampire legends allow, is what this journey is all about. So keep your critical thinking sharp. Remember that almost nothing in this story is certain, and prepare for a tale that's somehow more disturbing than any fictional horror story. Because the real history of Vlad the Impaler doesn't need embellishment to be terrifying. The facts, such as we can establish them, are quite terrifying enough on their own. One final thought before we move on. It's tempting when studying figures like Vlad to fall into one of two traps. The first trap is excessive condemnation, treating him as a unique monster whose actions placed him outside normal humanity. This approach is emotionally satisfying but historically lazy. Vlad's methods were extreme, but they existed on a continuum with practices that were common throughout the medieval world. Public execution, torture, and collective punishment were standard tools of governance everywhere. The scale and enthusiasm of Vlad's violence set him apart, but the basic concepts would have been familiar to any 15th century ruler. The second trap is excessive justification, arguing that his circumstances somehow made his actions acceptable or even admirable. This approach is equally problematic. Understanding context doesn't mean endorsing outcomes. We can comprehend why someone might choose to impale thousands of people without celebrating that choice or pretending it was the only option available. The honest historical approach lies somewhere between these extremes, neither demonic villain nor misunderstood hero, but a complex human being shaped by extraordinary circumstances, who made choices that had terrible consequences for enormous numbers of people. Whether we ultimately judge Vlad as a defender of his nation or a war criminal, or some complicated mixture of both, we should base that judgment on evidence rather than legend. And that means acknowledging how little we actually know for certain, how much of what we think we know is propaganda, and how much work remains to be done before we can claim to understand this strange and disturbing figure from the distant past. The medieval world was not kind to people who displayed weakness. It rewarded ruthlessness and punished mercy. It created incentives for exactly the kind of behavior that Vlad would become famous for. None of this excuses what he did, but all of it helps explain how a human being could become capable of such things. The real horror of Vlad's story isn't that he was uniquely evil. It's that the world he lived in might have produced similar figures under similar circumstances, that given the right pressures, almost anyone might become a monster. That's a more uncomfortable thought than simply writing Vlad off as a lunatic or a demon. It forces us to confront the darkness that lives not just in historical villains, but potentially in anyone placed in extreme enough circumstances. It's not a comforting conclusion, but comfort isn't really what history is for. Now that we've established the geopolitical nightmare that was 15th century Balkans, let's talk about something that sounds like it belongs in a fantasy novel, but was actually very real: the Order of the Dragon. Because before Vlad III became the Impaler, before he became a legend, before Bram Stoker turned his name into a Halloween costume, he was simply the son of a man who wore a dragon on his chest. And that dragon meant everything. The Order of the Dragon was founded in 1408 by Sigismund of Luxembourg, who at the time held the impressive collection of titles including King of Hungary, King of Bohemia, and later Holy Roman Emperor. Sigismund was the kind of medieval ruler who collected crowns the way some people collect stamps, though his hobby came with considerably more paperwork and assassination attempts. He established the order ostensibly to defend Christianity against its enemies, particularly the Ottoman Turks who were steadily eating their way through the Balkans, like a very determined caterpillar working through a cabbage patch. The Order's members swore to protect the faith, defend the Emperor, and wear a rather distinctive emblem featuring a dragon with its tail wrapped around its neck, being defeated by a cross. Subtle symbolism was not really a medieval strong suit. The Order of the Dragon was modelled on earlier chivalric orders like the Order of the Garter in England, or the Order of the Golden Fleece in Burgundy. These organisations served multiple purposes in medieval society. On one level, they were genuinely religious institutions dedicated to the defence of Christianity through military action. On another level, they were exclusive social clubs for the nobility, a way for kings to reward loyal followers and create bonds of obligation that transcended ordinary feudal relationships. And on yet another level, they were essentially medieval branding exercises, creating a shared identity and visual language that members could display to signal their status and allegiances. Think of it as a very expensive LinkedIn Premium membership, except instead of getting more in-mail messages, you got a fancy dragon badge and an obligation to fight Turks. Membership in the Order of the Dragon was not something you could apply for online. It was granted by the Emperor himself, and only to nobles of proven worth and utility. The original membership was limited to about 24 individuals, all of them powerful lords from across Central and Eastern Europe. Over time, the Order expanded, but it always retained its exclusive character. Being inducted into the Order was a significant honour, a public recognition that you were considered one of the premier defenders of Christendom. It came with obligations, certainly, but also with prestige that could be converted into political capital throughout the Christian world. Vlad II, the father of our main character, was inducted into the Order of the Dragon sometime around 1431, probably during a visit to the imperial court at Nuremberg. The exact circumstances are unclear because medieval record-keeping was not always meticulous, but we know that he received the Order's insignia and took on its obligations. From that point forward, he became known as Vlad Dracul, with Dracul meaning the dragon in Romanian. This was not a nickname in the modern sense. It was an official designation, a recognition of his membership in an elite international organisation. When people called him Dracul, they were acknowledging his status as a sworn defender of Christianity, a knight of the Emperor's own order. The insignia of the Order became part of Vlad II's identity in a very literal way. He minted coins featuring the dragon symbol, displayed it on his banners and seals, and generally made sure everyone knew he was a member of this prestigious institution. In the context of Wallachian politics, this was a smart move. It signalled to potential allies that he had powerful friends in the West, that he was committed to the Christian cause, and that attacking him might bring down the wrath of the entire Order. Whether this deterrent effect actually worked is debatable, given how often Vlad II's reign was interrupted by invasions and coups, but the symbolism mattered regardless of its practical effectiveness. For the young Vlad III growing up in his father's court, the dragon was everywhere. It was on the flags that flew over the castle, on the coins that passed through the marketplace, on the official documents that his father signed. The dragon represented something larger than just a family crest. It represented a mission, a sacred duty to defend Christianity against the advancing tide of Islam. From his earliest years, Vlad III would have absorbed this identity, understanding that his family stood at the frontier of civilization, holding the line against the enemies of the faith. This was heady stuff for a young boy, the kind of mythology that shapes character in profound ways. The psychological impact of this upbringing is hard to overstate. Imagine growing up being told, constantly and from all directions, that your family has a sacred mission, that you are part of a select group of warriors chosen to defend everything good against everything evil. Imagine seeing your father wear the dragon symbol with pride, knowing that emperors and kings had personally recognized his worth. Now imagine that this wasn't just a bedtime story but the actual political reality you lived in, where the enemies of the faith were not abstract concepts but real armies that might appear on the horizon any day. This was Vlad III's childhood, and it shaped him into someone who genuinely believed he was fighting a holy war, not just a political conflict. The name Dracula itself came from this heritage. In Romanian, the suffix ulea, or a, functions as a diminutive, similar to junior in English or ovich in Russian. So while Vlad II was Dracul, the dragon, his son became Dracula, son of the dragon, or little dragon. This wasn't a sinister name in its original context. It was simply a way of indicating lineage, of connecting the son to the father's distinguished membership in the Order of the Dragon. Centuries later, when Bram Stoker was looking for a scary name for his vampire count, he stumbled across Dracula in his research and thought it sounded appropriately sinister. He apparently believed it meant devil in Romanian, which isn't quite right, though the words Dracul and diavel, devil, are related through their Latin roots. The confusion added to the name's mystique, but the original meaning was considerably more respectable. The Order of the Dragon also shaped Vlad II's political behaviour in ways that would later affect his son. As a member, Vlad II was obligated to support the Christian cause against the Ottomans. This wasn't just a moral obligation, but a political one, backed by the expectation that other order members would come to his aid if needed. In theory, this meant that Wallachia had allies throughout Central Europe who would help defend it against Turkish aggression. In practice, the situation was considerably more complicated. The Order's members had their own interests, their own conflicts, and their own limitations. They might sympathise with Wallachia's plight, but sympathy doesn't stop armies. Vlad II learned this lesson repeatedly as he sought help from his fellow Order members, and often received little more than encouraging words. The tension between his Order obligations and political reality would define Vlad II's reign. He was supposed to be fighting the Ottomans, but the Ottomans were overwhelmingly powerful, and fighting them without adequate support was suicidal. So he compromised, sometimes paying tribute to the Sultan, sometimes cooperating with Ottoman military campaigns, sometimes switching sides when circumstances demanded. This flexibility kept him alive and in power longer than many Wallachian princes managed, but it also created problems. His Christian allies, including fellow Order members, saw his accommodations with the Ottomans as betrayal. His Ottoman overlord saw his continued connections to Christian Europe as potential treachery. He was stuck in an impossible position, trying to satisfy two masters who wanted contradictory things. For young Vlad III, watching his father navigate these impossible contradictions must have been educational in the least comfortable way possible. He saw that the dragon badge didn't actually protect you from the Turks, that the grand promises of Christian solidarity didn't translate into armies when you needed them, that survival required compromises that made everyone unhappy. He learned that symbols and reality were different things, that you could wear the dragon and still have to bow to the Sultan, that membership in a holy order didn't exempt you from the brutal calculations of power politics. These were not the lessons that chivalric romances taught, but they were the lessons that 15th century Wallachia hammered home with relentless consistency. The Order of the Dragon also provided a framework for understanding violence that would later manifest in Vlad III's career. The Order was explicitly dedicated to warfare against the enemies of Christianity, which meant that killing Muslims was not just permitted but encouraged, even sacred. The concept of holy war, so central to the crusading tradition, was built into the Order's founding principles. For someone raised in this environment, extreme violence against Ottoman enemies wasn't a crime or even a regrettable necessity. It was a religious duty, a fulfillment of sacred oaths, a contribution to the eternal struggle between light and darkness. When Vlad III later impaled thousands of Turkish soldiers, he wasn't just defending his country. He was, in his own mind, serving God. This doesn't excuse anything, of course. Plenty of people were raised with similar ideological frameworks and didn't become famous for mass impalement. But it helps explain the psychological foundation on which Vlad's later actions were built. He genuinely believed in the righteousness of his cause, in the evil of his enemies, in the cosmic significance of his struggle. This made him more dangerous, not less, because he could commit atrocities without the psychological friction that might have restrained someone with more moral doubt. True believers are always the most terrifying because they don't have to rationalize their actions as necessary evils. They see them as positive goods. The Order of the Dragon also connected Vlad II and his family to a broader network of European nobility that would matter later in various ways. Members of the Order came from all over Central and Eastern Europe, including Hungary, Poland, Bohemia, and various German territories. These connections provided diplomatic options, sources of refuge when things went badly, and potential allies for various schemes. When Vlad III later sought support for his campaigns against the Ottomans, he could draw on connections that his father had established through the Order. The Dragon Badge was a credential that opened doors, even if it didn't always deliver what was promised behind those doors. The symbolic dimension of the dragon extended beyond politics into the realm of identity and self-understanding. Dragons in medieval European culture were complex symbols, associated with both evil and power, with both satanic forces and legitimate authority. The dragon that the Order's members wore was explicitly a defeated dragon, crushed beneath the cross, representing the triumph of Christianity over its enemies. But dragons also represented raw power, the kind of terrible strength that could devastate armies and burn cities. By wearing the dragon, Order members were claiming both the power and its subordination to higher purposes. They were saying, "We possess fearsome capability, but we use it in service of God and Emperor." For the young Vlad III, this symbolism offered a template for understanding his own capacity for violence. He was a dragon, capable of terrible destruction, but that destruction was holy, sanctioned by the highest authorities, directed at legitimate targets. This is an intoxicating self-image, and it helps explain how Vlad could later commit acts of extreme cruelty while apparently believing himself to be a righteous defender of his faith and people. The dragon consumed its enemies not out of malice but out of necessity, not for pleasure but for duty. Whether this self-understanding reflected reality or served as a convenient psychological shield against guilt is a question we can't answer with certainty. Probably both, as is usually the case with such things. The Order of the Dragon itself didn't survive much past the mid-15th century as an active institution. After Sigismund's death in 1437, the Order lost its primary patron and gradually faded into irrelevance. New chivalric orders emerged to take its place, and the specific circumstances that had prompted its founding evolved as the Ottoman threat continued and the political landscape shifted. But by then, the damage, or the benefit, depending on your perspective, had been done. Vlad II had passed on the dragon identity to his sons, and that identity would shape the most famous of them in ways that would echo through centuries. Now let's talk about what happened when the dragon's son fell into the hands of the dragon's enemies. Because in 1442, when Vlad III was roughly 11 years old, his entire world changed in the most traumatic way imaginable. His father, caught once again between impossible choices, made a decision that would scar his son for life and arguably create the monster that Europe would later learn to fear. The situation in 1442 was typically complicated. Vlad II was attempting to maintain his balancing act between Ottoman and Christian allegiances, paying tribute to the Sultan while maintaining his Order connections, and hoping that somehow the contradictions wouldn't catch up with him. The Ottomans, however, were growing suspicious. Previous Wallachian princes had used similar strategies to buy time before rebelling, and the Sultan had no intention of being caught off guard. To ensure Vlad II's loyalty, the Ottomans demanded hostages, specifically two of his sons, Vlad, the future Impaler, and his younger brother Radu. If Vlad II remained loyal, his sons would be treated well. If he betrayed the Sultan, his sons would die, probably in unpleasant ways. This was standard Ottoman practice for managing unreliable vassals, and it usually worked. For Vlad II, this was an agonizing choice, though perhaps not as agonizing as we might assume from our modern perspective. Sending sons as hostages was a common practice in medieval diplomacy, and many hostages eventually returned safely, sometimes having benefited from the experience through education and connections. The alternative, refusing the Ottoman demand, would likely mean immediate invasion and the destruction of everything Vlad II had built. So he sent his boys to the Ottoman court, probably hoping that he could maintain his loyalty long enough for them to be released, or at least that the hostage arrangement would buy time for something to change in the regional situation. The young Vlad III and his brother Radu were taken to Anatolia, to the fortress of Erigos in what is now western Turkey. This was a common destination for Ottoman hostages, remote enough to prevent easy escape but not so uncomfortable that it would cause diplomatic incidents if the hostages were eventually released. The accommodations were probably decent by medieval standards, which is to say they were better than a dungeon but not exactly a luxury resort. The boys had servants, received education, and were treated with the respect due to their rank, at least initially. But they were still prisoners, surrounded by enemies, knowing that their lives depended on their father's choices hundreds of miles away. For Vlad, this experience was formative in the most literal sense. He arrived in Ottoman captivity as a child of about 11 and didn't return to Wallachia until he was 17 or 18. These are crucial years for psychological development, and Vlad spent them immersed in a culture that his entire upbringing had taught him to hate and fear. Every day he was surrounded by the enemies of Christianity, living among the very people his father's order was sworn to destroy. The cognitive dissonance must have been extraordinary. The dragon's son, raised to fight the infidel, was now completely dependent on infidel mercy for his survival. The Ottoman educational system for hostages and potential vassals was quite sophisticated. Young nobles in Ottoman custody were taught Turkish, and often Persian and Arabic as well, since these were the languages of court, culture, and administration. They studied the Quran and Islamic theology, not necessarily with the expectation that they would convert, but so they would understand the civilization they were living in. They learned Ottoman military tactics, court protocol, and administrative methods. The idea was to create potential rulers who could govern their home territories in ways compatible with Ottoman interests, people who understood how the empire worked and could operate within its frameworks. Many hostages emerged from this system genuinely impressed by Ottoman civilization and eager to cooperate with the empire. Others emerged with an intimate knowledge of their enemies' weaknesses, ready to use everything they had learned against their former captors. Vlad appears to have fallen into the second category, though the full picture is more complicated. He did learn Turkish fluently, well enough to pass as a native speaker in some accounts. He studied Ottoman military methods, including their tactics for siege warfare, their cavalry maneuvers, and their methods of psychological intimidation. He learned how the Ottoman administration functioned, how tribute was collected, how vassal states were managed. All of this knowledge would prove useful later when he found himself fighting against the Ottomans. But the circumstances of his learning were hardly pleasant. According to various sources, Vlad was not an easy captive. He was described as stubborn, defiant, and unwilling to submit to his captor's authority, even when submission would have made his life considerably easier. He allegedly received beatings for his disobedience, punishments that were probably intended to break his spirit but seemed to have had the opposite effect. Every blow reinforced his hatred, every humiliation deepened his determination to eventually have his revenge. The Ottomans were trying to create a compliant future vassal. Instead, they were forging an implacable enemy who would use everything they taught him against them. The psychological dynamics of Vlad's captivity deserve careful consideration. He was a child torn from his family, sent to live among people he had been taught were the embodiment of evil, kept alive only as leverage over a father who might abandon him at any moment. The anxiety must have been constant. Every messenger that arrived could bring news that his father had rebelled and that he was now scheduled for execution. Every shift in Ottoman policy could mean a change in his treatment, for better or worse. He had no control over his fate, no way to protect himself, no reliable allies. This kind of chronic stress leaves marks on the developing mind, often permanent ones. Modern psychology has documented extensively what happens to children raised in environments of threat and uncertainty. They often develop heightened vigilance, difficulty trusting others, and a tendency toward controlling behavior as adults. They may have trouble regulating their emotions, oscillating between numbness and explosive rage. They frequently see the world as fundamentally dangerous, requiring constant defensive measures. They may become obsessed with power as the only reliable protection against vulnerability. Reading this list, it's hard not to see echoes in what we know of Vlad III's later behavior. The paranoid attention to potential threats, the extreme violence against anyone who might be disloyal, the need to demonstrate absolute dominance, these are all consistent with someone whose childhood taught them that safety was an illusion, and that only total control offered any protection. The contrast with Vlad's younger brother Radu is instructive. Radu, who was perhaps 4 or 5 years younger than Vlad, responded to captivity very differently. Where Vlad resisted and suffered for his resistance, Radu adapted. He embraced Ottoman culture, converted to Islam, and became genuinely integrated into the court. He was apparently quite handsome, earning the nickname Radu the Beautiful, and various sources suggest he became a favourite of the young Prince Mehmed, the future Mehmed II who would conquer Constantinople. The exact nature of their relationship is debated by historians, with some suggesting it was romantic or sexual, and others arguing it was simply close friendship. Regardless of the specifics, Radu clearly found a place for himself in the Ottoman world in a way that his brother never did. Why did the two brothers respond so differently to the same circumstances? We can only speculate. Perhaps it was temperament, some innate quality that made Radu more adaptable and Vlad more rigid. Perhaps it was age, with the younger Radu being more malleable, and the older Vlad having already formed a stronger sense of identity before captivity. Perhaps it was their different positions in the family, with Vlad as a potential heir feeling more obligation to resist, and Radu as a younger son feeling more freedom to adapt. Whatever the reasons, the two brothers would eventually find themselves on opposite sides of a war, with Radu serving as the Ottoman candidate for the Wallachian throne and Vlad fighting to prevent his installation. The hostage system that was supposed to create loyal vassals had instead created bitter enemies within the same family. The specific method of execution that would make Vlad famous, impalement, was something he almost certainly learned during his Ottoman captivity. Impalement was a common Ottoman punishment, used for criminals, rebels, and enemies of the state. The young Vlad would have seen impaled bodies, perhaps witnessed the process of impalement itself, and understood its function as both punishment and deterrent. The Ottomans used impalement strategically, displaying the bodies of executed criminals along roads and at city gates as a warning to potential malefactors. The message was clear: this is what happens to those who defy authority. Vlad absorbed this lesson thoroughly, and would later apply it on a scale that shocked even the Ottomans themselves. There's a terrible irony in this. Vlad's most distinctive and horrifying characteristic, the practice that earned him his nickname and his enduring infamy, was directly borrowed from the people he hated most. The dragon's son learned to breathe fire from the dragon's enemies, and he would eventually turn that fire against them with devastating effect. The Ottomans taught him their language, their tactics, and their methods of terror, apparently without realizing they were training someone who would use all of these tools to make them suffer. If they had simply killed him, or kept him in conditions that prevented learning, they might have saved themselves considerable trouble later. But they followed their standard procedures, treated him as a valuable asset to be cultivated, and created their own nemesis. The years of captivity also shaped Vlad's religious identity in complex ways. Surrounded by Islam, forced to study the Quran, exposed daily to Muslim prayer and practice, he nonetheless emerged from captivity as a fervent Christian, or at least as someone who presented himself that way. Some historians have suggested that his Christianity hardened precisely because of his exposure to Islam, that the constant contact with the enemy faith reinforced his commitment to his own. Others have suggested that his religious fervour was primarily strategic, a useful identity that aligned him with powerful Christian allies and justified his violence against Muslim enemies. Probably both factors were at work. Religious identity in this period was both deeply personal and strategically important, and separating genuine belief from political calculation is often impossible. Vlad's captivity ended sometime around 1448, when he was approximately 17 years old. The circumstances of his release are unclear, but it apparently came as part of a broader political shift following his father's death. Vlad II had been killed in 1447, probably assassinated by Wallachian boyars, in collaboration with the Hungarian regent John Hunyadi, who was cleaning house after a failed military campaign. Vlad's older brother Mircea had also been killed, reportedly buried alive by his enemies. The family that Vlad had left 6 years earlier was largely destroyed, his father dead, his brother murdered, his homeland in chaos. The Ottomans released him, probably hoping to use him as their candidate for the Wallachian throne, a young man they had trained and who presumably owed them for his life. But the Ottomans had miscalculated. They had created not a grateful client, but a walking wound, someone who had spent 6 years nurturing hatred and planning revenge. Vlad left Ottoman territory with fluent Turkish, intimate knowledge of Ottoman methods, and a burning desire to make his captors pay for every humiliation he had suffered. He also left with a particular view of power and violence, one that had been shaped by his experiences. He had seen how the Ottomans used terror to control populations, how impalement could break the will of entire communities, how fear could be wielded as a weapon more powerful than any army. He would use these lessons not in service of the Ottoman Empire as his captors had intended, but against it. The transformation that occurred during Vlad's captivity is one of the key puzzles of his biography. The boy who entered Ottoman custody was a prince's son, raised in luxury by the standards of Wallachia, educated in the chivalric tradition of the Order of the Dragon, probably fairly sheltered despite the violent times. The young man who emerged was something different entirely, harder, colder, more dangerous. The dragon had been tested in fire and had emerged breathing fire himself. Whatever humanity he might have developed under different circumstances had been burned away. replaced by something that his contemporaries would struggle to understand. Was he a monster? A survivor? A product of his environment? All of these things and more, the honest answer is that we don't know. The sources for Vlad's captivity are sparse and often contradictory. We're reconstructing his psychological development from scattered references, applying modern psychological concepts to a medieval mind, and inevitably projecting our own assumptions onto a person we can never truly know. What we can say with confidence is that something happened during those 6 years that shaped the rest of his life. The Vlad who returned from Ottoman captivity was prepared to do things that would horrify Europe, and he was prepared to do them without apparent hesitation or remorse. Whether we call that madness, trauma response, strategic calculation, or something else entirely depends on our perspective and perhaps on our own psychological needs. The legacy of Vlad's captivity extended beyond his personal psychology. The experience gave him tools that would prove crucial in his later campaigns. His Turkish language skills allowed him to operate behind enemy lines, sometimes literally impersonating Turkish officers to gather intelligence or spread confusion. His knowledge of Ottoman tactics let him anticipate enemy movements and exploit weaknesses that a less informed commander might have missed. His understanding of Ottoman psychology, their fears and motivations, helped him craft strategies of terror that targeted precisely the vulnerabilities that would cause maximum disruption. Without his years as a hostage, Vlad might still have been a notable prince, but he wouldn't have been the Impaler. The Ottomans created the weapon that would later be turned against them. As we move forward in our story, we'll see how Vlad applied the lessons of his captivity on an expanding scale. His first reign as prince was brief and chaotic, a learning experience more than anything else. But his second reign, beginning in 1456, would show what a traumatized young man with a capacity for extreme violence could accomplish when given power over a desperate country facing an existential threat. The dragon's son had learned to fly, and he was about to show the world what that meant. The connection between childhood trauma and adult violence is something that modern psychology has studied extensively, though applying these insights to historical figures always involves considerable uncertainty. We know that adverse childhood experiences, particularly those involving threat, loss, and lack of control, can reshape developing brains in ways that persist throughout life. We know that children who experience violence often become violent adults, though this isn't inevitable, and many trauma survivors lead peaceful lives. We know that the specific circumstances of trauma matter, that some experiences are more damaging than others, and that individual variation in resilience is enormous. What we can't do is diagnose someone who died 500 years ago with any confidence, much as we might want to explain his behaviour through modern frameworks. What we can say is that Vlad's behaviour as an adult is consistent with what we would expect from someone who experienced the kind of childhood he apparently had. The excessive violence, the paranoid vigilance, the inability to trust, the need for absolute control, these patterns make sense in the context of what we know about his early experiences. They don't excuse anything. Understanding is not the same as justifying, but they do help explain how a human being could become capable of the things Vlad became capable of. He wasn't born a monster. He was made into one through a combination of circumstances, choices, and experiences that shaped him into the figure history remembers. The story of the dragon's blood and the school of hatred is ultimately a story about how violence reproduces itself across generations and across cultures. Vlad learned terror from people who were themselves products of violent environments, and he passed that terror on to others who would learn their own lessons from it. The cycle didn't start with him, and it didn't end with him. But for a brief period in the 15th century, he became one of its most dramatic embodiments, a prince who had been forged in fire and who would burn everything he touched. The boy who wore the dragon had become something more terrible than any symbol could represent, and the world was about to find out what that meant. There's another dimension to the hostage experience that deserves attention, the question of identity itself. Vlad spent formative years in a kind of psychological limbo, neither fully Wallachian nor Ottoman, neither free nor entirely enslaved, neither a prince nor a commoner. This ambiguous status must have been profoundly disorienting. He knew who he was supposed to be, the son of a dragon knight, a future ruler, a defender of Christianity. But his daily reality contradicted this identity at every turn. He was dependent on people he was supposed to hate, learning from teachers he was supposed to fight, surviving through adaptations he was supposed to reject. The gap between self-image and circumstance is a recipe for psychological crisis, and Vlad would have had years to marinate in this contradiction. Some people resolve such contradictions by changing their self-image to match their circumstances. This is essentially what Radu did, embracing Ottoman culture and finding a new identity within it. Others resolve the contradiction by holding on to their original identity even more fiercely, defining themselves in opposition to their environment. This appears to be what Vlad did, nursing his hatred and his sense of violated identity until it became the core of who he was. When he finally escaped captivity, he didn't just return to Wallachia. He returned as someone with something to prove, someone who needed to demonstrate that the dragon's blood still ran true despite everything that had happened. The religious dimension of this identity crisis is particularly interesting. Vlad was a Christian held captive by Muslims, surrounded by Islamic practice, possibly pressured to convert. We don't know if he was ever seriously tempted to follow his brother's path into Islam, but the option must have been presented to him, probably with attractive incentives. Conversion would have made his life easier, possibly much easier. It would have opened paths to advancement within Ottoman society, eliminated the ambiguity of his status, and provided a coherent identity to replace the one that had been disrupted. Many captives made exactly this choice, and they weren't necessarily wrong to do so. But Vlad refused, clinging to his Christianity with what appears to have been considerable stubbornness. Why did he refuse? We can only speculate. Perhaps he genuinely believed that Christianity was true and Islam was false, making conversion spiritually unacceptable regardless of practical benefits. Perhaps he understood that converting would eliminate any possibility of returning to rule Wallachia, since a Muslim prince would never be accepted by a Christian population. Perhaps he simply couldn't stomach giving his captors the satisfaction of breaking him, couldn't endure the thought of surrendering the last piece of himself that they hadn't yet taken. Perhaps all of these factors were at work simultaneously. What matters is that he emerged from captivity identifying fiercely as a Christian, as a Wallachian, as a son of the dragon, and as an enemy of everything Ottoman. These identities had survived the fire and had arguably been strengthened by it. The education Vlad received during captivity was paradoxical in its effects. On one hand, it gave him tools that would make him a more effective ruler and military commander. His Turkish language skills, his knowledge of Ottoman administration, his understanding of Islamic culture, all of these were practical assets that would serve him well. On the other hand, this education came wrapped in trauma, associated with suffering and humiliation, tainted by the circumstances of its acquisition. Vlad couldn't simply use what he had learned. He had to transform it, turn it against its sources, prove that he hadn't been corrupted by his captors even while deploying their methods. This psychological dynamic helps explain the particular intensity of his later violence against the Ottomans. Every act of cruelty was also an act of exorcism, an attempt to purge the influence of his captors by turning their own weapons against them. The Ottoman hostage system, viewed from a distance, was actually quite sophisticated in its understanding of human psychology. The Ottomans knew that young people are malleable, that years of immersion in a culture can create lasting bonds, that education creates dependencies and obligations. They used this knowledge systematically, raising the sons of vassals in ways designed to make them loyal Ottoman clients, and it often worked. Many former hostages became effective Ottoman allies, grateful for their education and opportunities, genuinely attached to people and places they had known during their captivity. The system failed with Vlad not because it was poorly designed, but because individual variation is always unpredictable. Some people can be shaped by their experiences, others are shattered and then reformed into something new. Vlad was apparently the second type. The broader historical context of hostage-taking in this period is worth considering. It was a common practice throughout the medieval world, not unique to the Ottomans or to this particular conflict. English and French nobles exchanged hostages during their endless wars. Italian city-states sent their sons to rival courts. Byzantine emperors had long used hostage arrangements to manage relations with neighbouring powers. The practice rested on a simple logic. People will behave differently when their children's lives are at stake. It was often effective, sometimes even beneficial to the hostages themselves, who might gain education and connections they couldn't have acquired at home. But it always carried risks, and the case of Vlad illustrates one of those risks vividly. Sometimes the hostage you're trying to tame becomes the enemy you most need to fear. What would Vlad have been like without his years of captivity? This is ultimately an unanswerable question, but it's worth asking. Would he have been cruel anyway, shaped by the general violence of his time and place? Would he have been a more conventional ruler, brutal by modern standards but not exceptionally so by medieval ones? Would he have found some accommodation with the Ottomans, as his father had attempted, rather than pursuing the path of total confrontation? We can never know. The captivity happened, and it made Vlad into the person he became. The counterfactual history where it didn't happen remains forever closed to us. What we can say is that the combination of factors in Vlad's early life created a particular kind of person with a particular set of capabilities and motivations. The dragon identity from his father, the crusading mission from the Order, the trauma and education of captivity, the loss of family to violence, the years of powerlessness and humiliation, all of these combined to produce someone capable of extraordinary things. Whether we call those things heroic or monstrous depends on our perspective and our values. Vlad himself would probably not have understood the distinction. He was doing what needed to be done, using the tools available to him, fighting the enemies who had hurt him and his family and his faith. That the tools included mass impalement, and that the fighting involved levels of cruelty that made even hardened contemporaries uncomfortable, was simply the cost of survival in a world that offered no gentle alternatives. As we continue forward into the main events of Vlad's reign, keep these origins in mind. The Impaler didn't appear from nowhere. He was built, piece by piece, through a childhood that combined ideology and trauma in particularly explosive ways. The dragon's son had learned to breathe fire in the dragon's den, and he was now ready to show the world what he was capable of. The story gets darker from here, but at least now we understand something of why it does. We've talked about how Vlad's captivity shaped him, but we've only touched briefly on the most fascinating aspect of this story. He wasn't alone. His younger brother Radu was right there with him, experiencing the same captivity, the same displacement, the same daily immersion in Ottoman culture. And yet the two brothers emerged from this experience as completely different people, eventually becoming mortal enemies who would face each other across battlefields with armies at their backs. If you ever wanted proof that human psychology is unpredictable, that identical circumstances can produce opposite outcomes, the story of Vlad and Radu is your Exhibit A. Radu was probably about 4 or 5 years younger than Vlad, which made him perhaps 6 or 7 years old when they were sent as hostages to the Ottoman court. This age difference matters more than you might think. A child of 6 is far more adaptable than a child of 11. Their sense of identity is less formed, their memories of home are hazier, and their capacity to bond with new caregivers is stronger. Radu arrived in Ottoman territory young enough that it could become his normal, his default environment, rather than a foreign imposition on an already established sense of self. Vlad, on the other hand, was old enough to remember clearly what he had lost, to understand what his captivity meant, and to nurse grudges that a younger child might not have been capable of sustaining. The sources describe Radu as exceptionally good-looking, earning him the nickname Radu the Beautiful, or Radu cel Frumos in Romanian. Medieval descriptions of male beauty tended to emphasize features that we might find somewhat feminine by modern standards: fair skin, delicate features, graceful bearing. Radu apparently had these qualities in abundance. This physical attractiveness would play a significant role in his fate, opening doors that might have remained closed to a less aesthetically blessed hostage. Beauty has always been a form of currency, and Radu seems to have understood intuitively how to spend it. The young Prince Mehmed, who would later become Mehmed II and conquer Constantinople, was approximately the same age as Radu. The two boys apparently became close during their shared years at the Ottoman court, though the exact nature of their relationship has been debated by historians for centuries. Some sources suggest they were lovers, which was not particularly scandalous in the Ottoman context where same-sex relationships among the elite were relatively common and not necessarily stigmatized the way they were in Christian Europe. Other sources describe their relationship as simply a close friendship between two young men of similar age and status. We'll probably never know the full truth, but what we can say is that Radu found in Mehmed an ally, a protector, and perhaps something more, while Vlad found nothing but enemies. The contrast in their Ottoman experiences reflects this difference in connections. Radu was welcomed into the inner circles of Ottoman court life. He received the best education available, studied with the finest tutors, and was treated as a valued member of the royal household rather than a mere hostage. His conversion to Islam, whenever exactly it occurred, was probably encouraged but not forced, presented as an opportunity rather than a requirement. He became a Muslim, adopted Turkish customs, and genuinely integrated into Ottoman society in a way that went far beyond survival strategy. By all accounts, Radu actually liked his captors, or at least many of them. He formed real relationships, developed genuine loyalties, and came to see the Ottoman Empire as his home rather than his prison. Vlad's experience, as we've discussed, was rather different. Stubborn, defiant, and apparently incapable of faking the submission that might have made his life easier, he remained an outsider throughout his captivity. Where Radu charmed his way into acceptance, Vlad apparently antagonized his way into punishment. The beatings he reportedly received for disobedience were not something Radu experienced, or if he did, he experienced them much less frequently, because he learned more quickly how to avoid provoking them. The same environment that embraced Radu rejected Vlad, and both brothers internalized these experiences in ways that would shape their entire lives. The psychological mechanisms at work here are fascinating. Radu essentially underwent what we might call successful acculturation, adopting the values and practices of his new environment and finding satisfaction within it. This isn't necessarily weakness or betrayal, though Vlad would certainly have seen it that way. It's a normal human response to immersion in a different culture, especially when that immersion begins young enough and comes with sufficient rewards. Radu found love, status, and belonging in Ottoman society. Why wouldn't he embrace it? The alternative was to remain perpetually miserable, clinging to memories of a homeland he barely remembered and a family that was largely dead or scattered. Vlad, by contrast, maintained what psychologists might call a reactive identity, defining himself in opposition to his environment rather than within it. His Christianity hardened precisely because he was surrounded by Islam. His Wallachian identity strengthened precisely because he was cut off from Wallachia. His hatred of Ottomans intensified precisely because he was dependent on them for survival. This isn't necessarily strength, though Vlad would certainly have seen it that way. It's another normal human response to cultural pressure, especially when the individual has enough established identity to resist absorption and enough stubbornness to pay the costs of resistance. Neither brother was simply right or wrong in their response. They were different people making different choices under the same external constraints. Radu chose adaptation and found happiness, or at least contentment. Vlad chose resistance and found suffering, but also a sense of purpose and identity that would drive him to remarkable achievements. The question of which choice was better has no objective answer. It depends entirely on what you value, what you're willing to sacrifice, and what kind of life you want to lead. Radu would live comfortably and die in his bed. Vlad would live violently and die on a battlefield. Neither outcome is inherently superior to the other, though partisans of each brother have certainly argued otherwise over the centuries. The divergence between the brothers became politically significant when they both emerged from captivity and entered the competition for the Wallachian throne. Vlad, as we've noted, was released around 1448 and quickly became involved in the chaotic struggle for power in his homeland. His first reign was brief and unsuccessful, lasting only a few months before he was driven out by Hungarian-backed rivals. His second reign, beginning in 1456, would be the one that made him famous, or infamous, depending on your perspective. Throughout this period, Vlad positioned himself as the champion of Christian Wallachia against Ottoman expansion, the son of the dragon fulfilling his sacred duty. Radu, meanwhile, remained in Ottoman service, rising through the ranks and becoming increasingly valuable to Sultan Mehmed II. When Vlad's second reign began causing serious problems for the Ottomans, impaling thousands of their soldiers and raiding deep into Ottoman territory, Mehmed had an obvious solution at hand. He could replace the troublesome Vlad with the cooperative Radu, who had legitimate claims to the Wallachian throne as a son of Vlad II, and who could be counted on to maintain proper vassal relations with the empire. This was the Ottoman system working exactly as designed. The hostage training program producing a reliable client ruler to replace an unreliable one. The confrontation between the brothers came in 1462, when Mehmed II launched a massive invasion of Wallachia to punish Vlad for his rebellion and install Radu as the new prince. This was the campaign that would produce some of Vlad's most famous exploits, including the night attack on Mehmed's camp and the forest of impaled bodies that reportedly made even the battle-hardened Sultan pause. But it was also the campaign that pitted brother against brother in the most literal sense, with Radu commanding Ottoman forces against his own sibling. We don't know if the brothers ever came face to face during this campaign. The sources don't describe any personal encounter between them on the battlefield, though they may simply not have recorded such a meeting if it occurred. What we do know is that Radu's presence complicated Vlad's position enormously. It's one thing to rally your country against foreign invaders. It's quite another to maintain that rally when the alternative ruler is your own brother, someone with legitimate claim to the throne, someone who promises peace and stability rather than endless war. Many Wallachian boyars, tired of Vlad's brutal methods and the constant fighting, began defecting to Radu's side. They weren't necessarily pro-Ottoman, but they were definitely anti-chaos, and Radu represented a path to normalcy that Vlad's endless resistance did not. The campaign of 1462 ultimately ended with Vlad's defeat, though not his death. He fled to Hungary, where he would spend the next 12 years in a kind of honourable imprisonment. Radu became Prince of Wallachia, ruling as an Ottoman vassal just as the hostage system had intended. For the next several years he maintained relatively peaceful relations with the empire, paid tribute regularly, and avoided the catastrophic wars that had characterized his brother's reign. By conventional measures of rulership, he was actually more successful than Vlad. His country was at peace, his throne was secure, and his people weren't being impaled in large numbers. Of course, conventional measures of rulership don't capture everything. Radu was also presiding over a country that had lost much of its independence, that was increasingly subordinate to Ottoman interests, and that had abandoned the crusading mission that the Order of the Dragon had supposedly represented. The irony of the brothers' fates is worth pausing to appreciate. Vlad, the fierce resistor, the hater of all things Ottoman, ended up imprisoned by Christians while his Ottoman allied brother ruled Wallachia. Radu, the adapter, the one who had found peace by accepting Ottoman supremacy, ended up dying of syphilis around 1475, quite young, his reign remembered as a footnote to his brother's more dramatic story. Neither brother achieved lasting success by any measure. Vlad's legacy is terror and legend. Radu's legacy is mostly being Vlad's less interesting brother, the one who went the other way. History remembers the dramatic failures more than the quiet accommodations, which may say something about what we value in historical figures, or at least what makes for better stories. The relationship between Vlad and Radu raises profound questions about identity, loyalty, and the nature of family bonds. These were two boys raised in the same household, sons of the same father, heirs to the same expectations. They experienced the same captivity, the same displacement, the same immersion in a foreign culture, and yet they became entirely different people, with entirely different values, entirely different loyalties. By the end, they weren't just strangers. They were enemies, each willing to kill the other for control of a small principality that neither could hold for very long. The dragon's blood had split into two streams, one flowing toward Christian resistance and one toward Ottoman cooperation, and those streams could never merge again. Modern observers sometimes struggle to understand how this could happen, how brothers could become mortal enemies over political disagreements. But for Vlad and Radu, the stakes were not abstract. They were fighting for survival, for identity, for everything they believed in. Vlad saw Radu as a traitor who had abandoned his faith, his family, and his people. Radu probably saw Vlad as a dangerous fanatic whose endless fighting was destroying the country they both claimed to love. Neither was entirely wrong, which is usually the case in tragic conflicts between people who should have been allies. Now let's talk about how Vlad actually went about terrorizing people, because this is where we move from psychological analysis to the concrete details that earned him his famous nickname: impalement. The word itself is enough to make most people uncomfortable, and the reality was considerably worse than the word suggests. Vlad didn't invent this method of execution, but he perfected it, systematized it, and deployed it on a scale that shocked even his contemporaries. To understand him, we need to understand what impalement actually involved and why he chose it as his signature method. The basic mechanics of impalement are grim but worth understanding because they explain the method's effectiveness as a tool of terror. The traditional Ottoman method, which Vlad would have observed during his captivity, involved inserting a sharpened wooden stake into the victim's body through the lower openings and pushing it up through the torso until it emerged somewhere near the shoulder or neck. The stake was typically oiled to ease insertion, and the point was often rounded rather than sharp to avoid piercing vital organs too quickly. The goal was not quick death, but prolonged suffering. A properly impaled victim could survive for hours or even days, dying slowly from a combination of internal injuries, blood loss, exposure, and shock. It was, by any standard, an extraordinarily cruel way to die. Vlad reportedly had various refinements to this basic method, though separating fact from propaganda is difficult. Some accounts describe stakes of varying heights, with the height corresponding to the victim's rank. Higher stakes for more important people, creating a kind of hierarchical display of suffering. Others describe mass impalement events where thousands of stakes were erected in geometric patterns, creating visual compositions of death that were intended to be seen from a distance. The famous Forest of the Impaled that confronted Mehmed II's army in 1462 was reportedly visible from miles away, a landscape transformed by human suffering into a warning and a weapon. The psychological impact of impalement was precisely the point. A quick execution by beheading or hanging served justice but didn't terrorize. Impalement terrorized. A field of impaled bodies wasn't just evidence of punishment. It was a message about what awaited anyone who provoked the person responsible. The screams of the dying, the stench of decay, the visual horror of thousands of bodies suspended in various stages of death, all of this was calculated to break the will of enemies before any battle was fought. In modern terms, we might call this psychological warfare, but that clinical phrase doesn't quite capture the visceral reality of walking toward an army whose commander has decorated his approach with your countrymen's corpses. The question of whether Vlad was a sadist or a pragmatist is one that historians have debated extensively. The sadist interpretation holds that he genuinely enjoyed inflicting suffering, that the cruelty was an end in itself rather than merely a means to political goals. This interpretation is supported by accounts of him dining among impaled victims, supposedly watching them writhe in agony while he ate his meals. The image of Vlad casually eating while surrounded by dying people has become iconic, reproduced in countless woodcuts and later illustrations. It suggests a person who found suffering entertaining, who derived pleasure from the pain of others. But there are reasons to be skeptical of this interpretation, or at least to complicate it. The accounts of Vlad dining among the impaled come primarily from the German pamphlets we discussed earlier, sources with obvious reasons to make him look as bad as possible. These same sources contain other stories that are almost certainly fabricated or wildly exaggerated. The dining detail might be accurate, or it might be a dramatic invention designed to maximize horror. We simply can't know for certain. And even if it is accurate, it admits of interpretations other than pure sadism. Perhaps Vlad was demonstrating his indifference to suffering as a way of intimidating observers. Perhaps he was performing a kind of theatre of power, showing that he was not squeamish about the methods he employed. Perhaps he was simply hungry and didn't see why the presence of dying enemies should interfere with his lunch. Medieval people had very different relationships with death and suffering than we do, and we shouldn't necessarily assume that witnessing violence affected them the way it would affect us. The pragmatist interpretation holds that Vlad's cruelty was calculated rather than compulsive, that he used terror instrumentally to achieve specific political and military goals. This interpretation is supported by the patterns in his violence. Vlad didn't impale randomly. He impaled particular categories of people: Ottoman soldiers and their allies, Wallachian boyars who betrayed him or were suspected of disloyalty, Saxon merchants who threatened his economic policies, criminals who violated his strict laws. The victims were not chosen for the pleasure of watching them die, but because their deaths served strategic purposes. The terror was directed, intentional, a tool of governance rather than an expression of personality disorder. This interpretation is probably closer to the truth, though it shouldn't be taken as exculpation. Calculated cruelty is still cruelty. The fact that Vlad had reasons for what he did doesn't mean those reasons justified the methods. Plenty of rulers throughout history have faced similar challenges to those Vlad faced. Similar threats from powerful enemies, similar problems with disloyal nobles, and they managed to address those challenges without impaling tens of thousands of people. Vlad's choice of methods reflected something about him personally, some willingness to cross lines that others wouldn't cross, some capacity for inflicting suffering that went beyond what pragmatism strictly required. He may not have been a clinical sadist in the modern psychological sense, but he was certainly someone for whom the suffering of enemies held no moral weight whatsoever. The most famous impalement episode involved the Ottoman army during the Bulgarian campaign of 1462. Vlad had been conducting raids across the Danube, attacking Ottoman positions in what is now Bulgaria, and causing significant damage to the empire's prestige. Sultan Mehmed II responded with a massive invasion force, reportedly between 150,000 and 300,000 men, though medieval army sizes are notoriously unreliable, and the actual number was probably considerably lower. Whatever the exact figures, the Ottoman force vastly outnumbered anything Vlad could field. He had perhaps 30,000 men at most, probably fewer, and they were not as well equipped or trained as the Ottoman professionals. Vlad's response to this overwhelming force was to avoid direct battle and instead conduct a campaign of harassment, ambush, and terror. He used his knowledge of Ottoman methods against them, employing guerrilla tactics that negated their numerical superiority, and he used impalement as a psychological weapon on a scale never seen before. As Mehmed's army advanced into Wallachia, they encountered increasingly horrific scenes: villages burned, wells poisoned, and everywhere stakes bearing the bodies of Ottoman soldiers captured in earlier skirmishes. The culmination came near Târgoviște, the Wallachian capital, where the approaching Ottoman forces encountered what came to be known as the Forest of the Impaled. According to various accounts, this display consisted of approximately 20,000 to 23,000 impaled bodies, arranged in rows extending for miles along the army's line of advance. The victims were primarily Ottoman soldiers captured during Vlad's raids, but also included Turkish civilians, merchants, and anyone else associated with the enemy. Some accounts say the stakes were arranged by height and rank, creating a grotesque hierarchy of death. Others emphasize the extent of the display, describing an artificial forest where every tree was a stake and every stake bore a corpse. The smell alone would have been overwhelming, the visual impact devastating. Mehmed II, who had conquered Constantinople and earned the title the Conqueror, who had seen his share of battles and atrocities, reportedly paused when he saw this display. According to some accounts, he actually withdrew from Wallachia, deciding that the cost of conquering it was too high. Other accounts suggest he continued the campaign but with diminished enthusiasm, eventually leaving the work of subduing Vlad to his vassal forces rather than committing his main army. Either way, the Forest of the Impaled had achieved its purpose. It had made even the most powerful military force in the world hesitate, had demonstrated that conquering Wallachia would be far more expensive than conquering softer targets, had established Vlad as someone who would go further than anyone else in pursuit of his goals. The strategic logic here deserves attention. Vlad couldn't defeat the Ottoman army in conventional battle. He didn't have the numbers, the equipment, or the logistics. What he could do was make victory so costly, so painful, so psychologically damaging that the Ottomans might decide Wallachia wasn't worth the effort. Every impaled body was a message. If you come here, this is what awaits you. Every day the Ottoman army spent in this hostile territory, surrounded by evidence of what happened to their countrymen, was a day their morale eroded. Vlad was waging a war of attrition against enemy psychology, and impalement was his primary weapon. This same logic explains much of Vlad's domestic use of impalement. Wallachian boyars, who might otherwise have been tempted to betray him, to collaborate with Hungarians or Ottomans or rival claimants to the throne, saw what happened to those who crossed the prince. The stakes outside Târgoviște weren't just punishment for past crimes, they were prevention of future ones. Anyone contemplating disloyalty had to weigh the potential benefits against the very real possibility of dying slowly on a wooden pole while their family watched. For most people, this calculation strongly favoured loyalty, or at least the appearance of loyalty, which served Vlad's purposes almost as well. The question of numbers is one that we can't resolve with any certainty. The German pamphlets claim astronomical figures, sometimes attributing over 100,000 victims to Vlad's reign. These numbers are almost certainly exaggerated, probably wildly so. Wallachia's total population was probably only a few 100,000 at most, and killing 100,000 people would have depopulated the country entirely. More sober estimates suggest that Vlad's total victims numbered in the tens of thousands, perhaps 40,000 to 80,000 over the course of his entire career. This is still an enormous number, enough to place him among the most prolific executioners in European history, but it's a different order of magnitude than the propaganda suggested. Even the lower estimates raise troubling questions about logistics. Impaling tens of thousands of people requires considerable organization, sourcing wood for stakes, capturing and transporting victims, carrying out the actual impalements, maintaining the displays. This wasn't random violence but systematic killing, requiring planning, resources, and personnel. Vlad must have had executioners who specialized in the technique, workers who prepared the stakes, soldiers who gathered victims. The infrastructure of terror was substantial, and someone had to create and maintain it. When we think about Vlad's cruelty, we should remember that he didn't do all of this himself. He commanded apparatus of death that involved many people, most of whose names are lost to history. The irony that Vlad learned impalement from the Ottomans and then used it against them is worth emphasizing again because it captures something essential about his character and his career. He turned his enemies' methods against them with interest, demonstrating that anything they could do, he could do worse. The student had exceeded the teacher in the most disturbing possible way. The Ottomans impaled criminals and rebels as a matter of routine. Vlad impaled armies. They used terror as one tool among many. He made it his primary strategy. Whatever they taught him during those years of captivity, he had learned well, and they were now experiencing the consequences. There's a final dimension to Vlad's use of impalement that deserves mention: its function as a form of communication. In an age without mass media, without newspapers or television or social networks, how did you send a message that would reach hundreds of thousands of people across multiple countries? You created spectacles so horrifying that everyone who saw them would tell everyone they knew, who would tell everyone they knew, and so on until the entire continent had heard. The German pamphlets that spread Vlad's reputation so effectively weren't entirely doing him a disservice. They were spreading his brand of terror to audiences he could never have reached through direct action. Every reader who shuddered at tales of his cruelty was a potential victim who had been psychologically prepared, an enemy who might hesitate before confronting him, an ally who might think twice before betraying him. In modern marketing terms, Vlad went viral. His content, grim as it was, spread because it was compelling, because it triggered strong emotional responses, because people couldn't help sharing it with others. The woodcuts of him dining among the impaled weren't just illustrations. They were medieval memes, images designed to stick in the mind and spread from person to person. 500 years before the internet, Vlad understood something fundamental about information warfare. It's not enough to do terrible things. You have to make sure everyone knows you did them, and knows that you'll do them again to anyone who provokes you. Was this strategy successful? In the short term, arguably yes. Vlad survived longer than most Wallachian princes, held off the Ottoman Empire with vastly inferior resources, and established a reputation that made enemies think twice before attacking him. In the longer term, the answer is less clear. His methods alienated potential allies, gave his enemies powerful propaganda weapons, and ultimately couldn't prevent his defeat and imprisonment. The terror worked until it didn't, and when it stopped working, there was nothing left to fall back on. Vlad had bet everything on fear, and when fear proved insufficient, he lost. The legacy of Vlad's methods extends far beyond his own lifetime. He became a template for a certain kind of ruler, one who maintains power through spectacular violence rather than institutional stability. Various leaders throughout history have followed similar playbooks, using terror to compensate for weakness in other areas. None have matched Vlad's signature method, but the basic strategy, the use of extreme public violence to intimidate enemies and discipline subjects, has been employed countless times. When we study Vlad, we're not just studying a medieval curiosity. We're studying a mode of governance that keeps recurring whenever circumstances create the conditions for it. The question of whether Vlad was evil is one that different moral frameworks will answer differently. By the standards of human rights and international law, standards that didn't exist in his time, he was certainly a war criminal and a mass murderer. By the standards of his own time, the situation is more complicated. Medieval rulers were expected to be harsh, were praised for executing criminals and enemies, and were not held to standards of mercy that would seem basic to modern observers. Vlad's contemporaries were shocked by the scale of his violence, not by its existence. They weren't saying he shouldn't execute people at all. They were saying he executed too many people, too horribly, too enthusiastically. Perhaps the most honest assessment is that Vlad was a product of his time taken to an extreme, someone who employed the standard methods of medieval rulership with an intensity and consistency that crossed over into something qualitatively different. He wasn't operating in a different moral universe than his contemporaries. He was just operating at the far end of the spectrum within that universe. The dragon's son had learned to breathe fire, and he burned hotter than anyone expected. The comparison with his brother Radu becomes even more striking when we consider their approaches to power. Radu ruled through accommodation, through diplomacy, through finding ways to satisfy both his Ottoman overlords and his Wallachian subjects without pushing either to breaking point. His methods weren't dramatic, weren't the stuff of legend, but they kept the peace and kept him alive. Vlad's methods were the opposite: confrontational, uncompromising, designed to make clear that he would rather burn everything down than submit. Both approaches had their logic and both ultimately failed, but they failed in very different ways. Radu's Wallachia was peaceful but diminished, increasingly absorbed into Ottoman administrative structures, increasingly stripped of the independence that the Order of the Dragon had supposedly been founded to defend. Vlad's Wallachia was independent but devastated, constantly at war, its population depleted by both enemy action and the prince's own executions. Neither brother managed to create a sustainable situation, one that could outlast their own lifetimes and provide genuine security for their people. They were both playing losing hands, just playing them differently. The tragedy of the two brothers is ultimately a tragedy about the impossibility of their situation. Wallachia in the 15th century had no good options. Accommodate the Ottomans and you became their puppet, slowly losing everything that made you distinct. Resist the Ottomans and you invited devastating retaliation that might destroy your country entirely. Vlad chose resistance and paid the price in blood, much of it other people's. Radu chose accommodation and paid the price in dignity, slowly becoming a Turkish instrument rather than a Wallachian prince. Neither choice was wrong in any absolute sense, and neither was right. They were simply different responses to a situation where all available responses led to suffering. The technical aspects of impalement also deserve further consideration, uncomfortable as they are to discuss. The method could be varied in numerous ways depending on the desired outcome. Stakes could be sharpened to different degrees, with sharper points causing faster death and blunter points prolonging suffering. The angle of insertion affected which organs were damaged and how quickly. The size and type of wood mattered, with certain hardwoods being preferred for their durability. The oiling of stakes mentioned in several sources reduced friction and prevented the stake from becoming stuck, ensuring it could be pushed through the body as intended. All of this suggests a body of technical knowledge about impalement that had been developed over time, refined through practice, and passed along among practitioners. It's a disturbing thing to contemplate, but Vlad's executioners were essentially skilled craftsmen, experts in their grisly trade. The display of impaled bodies was also handled with a certain gruesome artistry. Bodies were arranged to maximize visual impact, often in rows or geometric patterns that could be seen from great distances. The height of stakes was varied, creating an undulating skyline of death. Sometimes bodies were arranged in meaningful configurations, supposedly spelling out messages or creating symbolic images, though these accounts may be exaggerated. The point was to transform mass death into spectacle, to make the executions not just punishments but performances. In a sense, Vlad was an artist working in a uniquely horrible medium, and his canvas was the Wallachian landscape. The responses of contemporary observers to these displays reveal something about medieval sensibilities. Many were horrified, as we would expect, but their horror often had a different quality than modern horror might have. They weren't necessarily opposed to execution in principle, or even to painful execution. What shocked them was the scale, the systematization, the apparent enthusiasm with which Vlad pursued his bloody work. A prince who executed dozens of criminals was simply doing his job. A prince who executed tens of thousands was something else, something that made even hardened contemporaries uncomfortable. The line between acceptable and unacceptable violence was drawn differently in the 15th century than it would be today, but even by those standards Vlad had crossed it. The servants and soldiers who carried out Vlad's orders are worth thinking about as well. Impaling thousands of people required many hands. Some of these executioners were probably enthusiasts, people who shared their master's taste for cruelty, or at least his hatred of the victims. Others were probably ordinary soldiers following orders, doing what they were told because refusing might mean joining the condemned. Still others might have been prisoners themselves, forced to participate in executions as an alternative to becoming victims. The moral complexity extends beyond Vlad himself to everyone involved in his system of terror. Thousands of people whose names are lost but whose actions helped create the horrors we're describing. The physical landscapes where these events occurred still exist, though transformed by centuries of change. The plains of Wallachia, the hills near Târgoviște, the banks of the Danube where Vlad conducted his raids, all of these places are now part of modern Romania, inhabited by people who probably don't think much about the atrocities that occurred there 500 years ago. Occasionally archaeologists discover mass graves or other evidence of Vlad's campaigns, reminders that the land itself bears witness to history even when living memory has faded. Walking through these areas today, with their farms and villages and ordinary modern life, it's difficult to imagine them covered with stakes and corpses. But they were, once, and the soil remembers even if the people don't. As we move forward in our story, we'll see how Vlad's methods played out in specific military campaigns, how his terror tactics interacted with more conventional forms of warfare, and how his enemies eventually found ways to overcome the psychological advantages his reputation provided. The Impaler's career was far from over when he created the Forest of the Dead outside Târgoviște. He had more battles to fight, more enemies to face, and more lessons to teach about the costs of opposing him. But the pattern was established, the template set. Vlad the Impaler had fully earned his nickname, and the world would not soon forget it. So far, we've spent considerable time discussing Vlad's talent for creative violence, and for good reason. It's what made him famous, and what most people want to hear about when they tune in for a documentary about Dracula. But here's something that often gets lost in all the impalement talk. Vlad was actually a competent administrator, possibly even a good one if you can separate good governance from mass murder in your evaluation criteria. The man who built forests of corpses also built an economy, reformed trade policies, and created a system of law enforcement so effective that it became legendary. The legend naturally involves more death because this is Vlad we're talking about, but the underlying achievement was genuinely impressive. Let's start with the economic situation Vlad inherited when he took the throne for his second and most significant reign in 1456. Wallachia was, to put it delicately, not in great shape. Decades of political instability, constant warfare, and competing foreign interventions had left the country exhausted. The treasury was empty, the military was weak, and the economy was largely controlled by foreign merchants who extracted wealth from the principality without contributing much in return. The Saxon traders from Transylvania, whom we've mentioned before, had established a stranglehold on Wallachian commerce. They controlled the major trade routes, set prices according to their own interests, and treated Wallachia essentially as a resource extraction zone, rather than a trading partner deserving of respect. This economic colonization, if we can call it that, was particularly galling because it operated under the protection of treaties that previous Wallachian princes had been forced to accept. The Saxons had trading privileges that allowed them to bypass local markets, avoid local taxes, and generally operate as if Wallachian laws were merely suggestions. Wallachian merchants, by contrast, faced restrictions when trying to trade in Transylvania, creating an asymmetric relationship that consistently disadvantaged the local economy. If you wanted to buy or sell anything of significant value in Wallachia, you basically had to go through Saxon middlemen, who naturally took their cut at every step. Vlad's approach to this problem was characteristically direct. He began by restricting the privileges of foreign merchants, requiring them to trade only in designated market towns rather than throughout the countryside, and imposing taxes that previous rulers had failed to enforce. The Saxons, unsurprisingly, were not pleased. They had grown accustomed to treating Wallachia as their own personal marketplace, and having some local prince suddenly enforce rules was not what they had signed up for. Their complaints to the Hungarian king, their attempts to support rival claimants to the Wallachian throne, and ultimately their propaganda campaign through the printing press, all stemmed in part from Vlad's economic policies. When you hear about Vlad being a bloodthirsty monster in the German pamphlets, remember that the people writing those pamphlets had financial reasons to want him gone. The support for local merchants was a key component of Vlad's economic program. He actively encouraged Wallachian traders to develop their own commercial networks, provided them with protection against foreign competition, and created conditions under which domestic business could actually compete. This wasn't pure economic nationalism, it was practical recognition that a country whose economy was controlled by foreigners would never be truly independent. Political sovereignty meant little if every important economic decision was made by people who didn't live in your country and didn't particularly care about its welfare. Vlad understood this connection between economic and political independence in ways that many of his contemporaries did not. The enforcement of commercial regulations, like everything else in Vlad's Wallachia, came with teeth. Merchants who violated trade rules, whether foreign or domestic, faced severe penalties. Cheating customers, using false weights and measures, or engaging in price manipulation could result in punishments ranging from heavy fines to, yes, impalement. The message was clear. The market would operate according to rules, and those rules would be enforced with absolute consistency. This might seem extreme to modern sensibilities, but it created something valuable: predictability. Merchants knew exactly what was expected of them and exactly what would happen if they failed to meet those expectations. In a world where arbitrary enforcement was the norm, this kind of consistency was actually a form of protection. The story of the Golden Cup is probably the most famous illustration of Vlad's approach to law and order, and it's worth examining in some detail because it captures something essential about his method of governance. According to the legend, Vlad placed a golden cup at a public fountain in Târgoviște, the Wallachian capital. The cup was left there permanently, available for anyone to use when drinking from the fountain. Despite being made of solid gold and thus extremely valuable, the cup was never stolen. It remained at the fountain throughout Vlad's reign, a testament to the effectiveness of his justice system. Now, was this story literally true? Probably not in every detail. Medieval legends have a way of improving with the retelling, and the Golden Cup story has all the hallmarks of a tale that grew in the telling. But even if the specific details are exaggerated, the underlying point is plausible. Vlad did create an environment where property crimes were rare, where people genuinely feared the consequences of breaking the law. The Golden Cup might be a symbol rather than a literal fact, but the thing it symbolizes, a society where the prince's law was absolute and absolutely enforced, seems to have been real. The mechanism behind this achievement was, of course, terror. Nobody stole the Golden Cup because everybody knew what happened to thieves in Vlad's Wallachia. The punishment for theft was not a fine or imprisonment. It was death, often by impalement. When the penalty for stealing a cup is dying slowly on a stake while your neighbours watch, most people discover a previously unsuspected respect for property rights. This is not a subtle form of law enforcement, and it would not pass muster under any modern standard of proportional punishment. But it worked, in the limited sense that it deterred the behaviour it was designed to deter. The broader implications of this approach to justice are worth considering. Vlad essentially eliminated crime by making the cost of crime catastrophically high. This is a strategy that has been tried many times throughout history, with varying degrees of success and varying degrees of horror. The basic logic is simple. If punishment is severe and certain enough, people will comply with the law regardless of their underlying motivations. You don't need to create a just society or address the root causes of crime. You just need to make crime so terrifying that nobody dares attempt it. This approach has obvious problems, starting with the fact that it requires constant maintenance of terror and tends to collapse the moment that terror weakens. But in the short term, it can create a kind of order that more humane methods might take decades to achieve. The famous Beggar's Feast story, which we mentioned earlier in passing, relates to this theme of order through terror. According to the tale, Vlad invited all the beggars, vagrants and disabled people of his realm to a great feast. Once they were assembled and enjoying the food, he had the building locked and burned, killing everyone inside. When asked to explain this atrocity, he supposedly said that he had cured them of their poverty. They would never be hungry again, and Wallachia would no longer be burdened by those who could not work. This story is almost certainly propaganda, one of the German pamphlet tales designed to make Vlad look like a monster. But it reflects a genuine aspect of his approach to governance, the belief that society should be efficient, productive, and free of elements that detracted from these goals. Whether or not Vlad actually burned beggars alive, his policies did emphasize productivity and useful labor. He had little patience for what he saw as parasitic elements in society, whether those were foreign merchants extracting wealth, nobles who didn't perform their duties, or anyone else who took without contributing. This meritocratic brutality had a certain logic in a society facing existential threats. Wallachia needed every person contributing to the common defense. and those who didn't contribute were, in Vlad's view, actively harming the collective by consuming resources without generating value. Again, this is not a philosophy that translates well to modern contexts, but it made a certain kind of sense in a 15th century principality constantly on the edge of destruction. The restoration of villages and agricultural productivity was another major component of Vlad's economic program. Years of warfare and instability had left much of Wallachia's farmland abandoned or poorly cultivated. Peasants had fled their villages to escape raids, taxes, or simply the general chaos that made settled agriculture impossible. Vlad implemented policies to reverse this depopulation, encouraging peasants to return to their lands and providing protection against the raiders who had previously made farming so dangerous. He also cracked down on the boyars who had been exploiting peasants beyond what custom allowed, understanding that an impoverished peasantry could neither produce agricultural surplus nor serve effectively in the military. The relationship between Vlad and the Wallachian peasantry is one of the more interesting aspects of his legacy. In Romanian folklore, he is often remembered not as a monster, but as a protector of the common people, someone who held the powerful accountable and ensured that everyone, noble or peasant, faced the same consequences for breaking the law. This reputation probably contains some truth. Vlad's terror was not directed primarily at peasants. It was directed at the boyars, the merchants, and the foreign enemies who had been exploiting Wallachia for generations. The ordinary peasant who worked his land, paid his taxes, and didn't cause trouble had relatively little to fear from Vlad's justice system. It was those who cheated, betrayed, or accumulated too much power who found themselves decorating the landscape. This class dimension of Vlad's reign helps explain why his memory has been preserved differently in different contexts. The German pamphlets written by and for people whose economic interests Vlad had threatened portray him as a sadistic maniac. Romanian folklore, reflecting the perspective of the common people he protected, portrays him as a stern but fair ruler who brought order out of chaos. Neither picture is complete, but neither is entirely false either. Vlad was both things, a defender of the weak against the powerful, and a perpetrator of atrocities that should shock anyone with a functioning conscience. Human beings are complicated, and historical figures are no exception. The military reforms that accompanied Vlad's economic policies deserve attention as well. A strong economy matters little if you can't defend it, and Wallachia's military situation when Vlad took power was nearly as dire as its economic situation. The army was small, poorly equipped, and unreliable, consisting mainly of feudal levies from boyars who might or might not show up when called, and might or might not fight effectively if they did show up. Vlad needed to create a military force that could stand against the Ottoman Empire, which meant fundamentally restructuring how Wallachia raised and equipped soldiers. His solution involved multiple components. First, he reduced his dependence on the boyars by creating units of soldiers who owed their loyalty directly to the prince, rather than to local nobles. These troops were paid from the treasury rather than supported by feudal obligations, making them both more reliable and more controllable. Second, he imposed new military obligations on the entire population, requiring all able-bodied men to be ready for service and to maintain their own weapons and equipment. Third, he invested heavily in fortifications, building or improving castles and defensive works that could slow an Ottoman advance and provide refuges for the population during invasions. The results of these reforms were evident in Vlad's campaigns against the Ottomans. His army, though small by comparison to the forces Mehmed II could field, was cohesive, motivated, and tactically sophisticated. Soldiers fought for a prince they believed in, or at least feared too much to betray, rather than for boyars whose interests might not align with the country's survival. The guerrilla tactics that made Vlad famous, the night raids, the ambushes, the scorched earth, required a military that could operate independently in small units while maintaining overall coordination. Only a reformed, professionalized force could execute such operations effectively. The financial basis for all of these reforms came from the economic policies we've discussed. By restricting foreign merchant privileges, Vlad captured tax revenue that had previously been escaping to Transylvania. By supporting local commerce, he created a domestic merchant class that could be taxed more effectively. By restoring agricultural productivity, he increased the surplus that could be diverted to military purposes. The various components of his program reinforced each other, creating a virtuous cycle where economic strength supported military capability and military victories secured the conditions for continued economic development. It wasn't a perfect system, nothing in the 15th century was perfect, but it was considerably more coherent than what had existed before. The administration of justice under Vlad extended beyond the dramatic executions that dominate his legend. He also established systems for resolving disputes, collecting taxes, and managing the various functions of government. Court records from his reign, fragmentary as they are, suggest a ruler who took administration seriously, who made decisions based on evidence and precedent as well as personal whim. This doesn't mean he was fair by modern standards, or that his justice system would survive scrutiny under human rights law, but it does mean he wasn't simply a madman killing people at random. There was method in the madness, system in the terror, organization behind the apparent chaos. The relationship between order and violence in Vlad's Wallachia presents a philosophical puzzle that is worth pausing to consider. Can genuine order be built on a foundation of terror? Vlad's reign suggests that it can, at least temporarily. His Wallachia was more stable, more prosperous, and more defensible than it had been under his predecessors. Crime was low, commerce was growing, and the military was effective. By the practical metrics of governance, he was succeeding where others had failed. But this success was achieved through methods that most people find morally intolerable, and it proved unsustainable once the terror could no longer be maintained. The order Vlad created was like a building balanced on a single point, impressive in its way, but certain to collapse the moment that point gave way. Modern political philosophy generally holds that legitimate order must be based on consent, or at least on institutions that people accept even when they disagree with specific decisions. Vlad's order was based on neither consent nor institutions. It was based purely on fear of the ruler. This made it efficient in some ways, since Vlad didn't need to negotiate with anyone or compromise his vision to accommodate dissent. But it also made it inherently fragile, since everything depended on his personal presence and his continued capacity to inspire terror. The moment he was captured and imprisoned by the Hungarians, his system began to collapse. His brother Radu could step into the role of prince, but he couldn't step into Vlad's particular relationship with his subjects, and Wallachia quickly returned to its pre-Vlad condition of chaos and foreign domination. The contrast with more institutionalized forms of governance is instructive. In kingdoms with established legal traditions, strong noble assemblies, or other mechanisms for distributing power, the removal of any single individual might cause disruption, but wouldn't necessarily cause collapse. The system had enough redundancy, enough distributed authority, that it could continue functioning even when key figures were missing. Vlad's Wallachia had no such redundancy. It was entirely dependent on his personal capacity to terrorize, which meant that any interruption of that capacity was potentially fatal to the entire edifice. This is the fundamental weakness of rule by fear. It scales poorly, depends entirely on one person's continued effectiveness, and leaves nothing behind when that person departs. Yet we should be careful not to judge Vlad's methods purely by abstract standards. The institutional governance that modern political philosophy celebrates took centuries to develop in Western Europe, and emerged from conditions quite different from those of 15th century Wallachia. The principality that Vlad inherited had no strong institutions, no traditions of distributed power, no functioning bureaucracy that could operate independently of the prince's personal attention. Building such institutions would have been the work of generations, and Vlad didn't have generations. He had years, maybe, before the next Ottoman invasion or Hungarian-backed coup attempt. Given these constraints, his choice to rule through terror rather than institution building has a certain desperate logic, even if we can't endorse it morally. The taxation system under Vlad is another aspect of his governance that deserves attention. Medieval taxation was typically chaotic, inconsistent, and heavily dependent on local power structures. Lords extracted what they could from their peasants, princes extracted what they could from their lords, and the actual amounts collected varied wildly based on bargaining power, local conditions, and simple corruption. Vlad attempted to regularize this system, establishing clearer expectations for what different categories of subjects owed, and enforcing those expectations with his characteristic rigor. Tax evasion, like other crimes, was punished severely, which meant that people actually paid their taxes, a remarkable achievement by medieval standards. The relationship between taxation and impalement is worth noting explicitly. One reason Vlad's fiscal reform succeeded where others had failed was that he was willing to impale tax evaders. This created strong incentives for compliance that moral appeals alone could never have generated. When your neighbour gets put on a stake for hiding income, you discover a newfound enthusiasm for accurate reporting. This is, again, not a model of governance that anyone should want to emulate, but it does illustrate the connection between Vlad's terror and his administrative achievements. The reforms worked because the penalties for non-compliance were unbearable. Remove the penalties, and the reforms would likely have collapsed. The treatment of foreign ambassadors under Vlad provides insight into his approach to international relations as well as domestic governance. The famous story of the Ottoman envoys who refused to remove their turbans, supposedly resulting in Vlad having the turbans nailed to their heads, illustrates his insistence on respect, even if the specific details are disputed. Whether or not this particular incident occurred as described, Vlad was clearly not someone who tolerated perceived slights from foreign powers. He demanded to be treated as an equal, not as a subordinate, and he was willing to use violence to make that point. This attitude served him well in negotiations, since everyone knew he was willing to escalate conflicts rather than accept unfavourable terms. It also made peaceful resolution of disputes considerably more difficult, since Vlad's hair-trigger sense of honour left little room for the face-saving compromises that diplomacy often requires. The religious dimension of Vlad's rule is often overlooked but was genuinely significant. He was, by all accounts, a sincere Christian, or at least he successfully presented himself as one. He founded churches, supported monasteries, and positioned himself as a defender of the faith against Islamic expansion. This religious identity was politically useful, certainly, providing justification for his wars against the Ottomans and connecting him to the broader European Christian community. But it may also have been personally meaningful, providing a framework within which his violence could be understood as righteous rather than merely brutal. Crusaders had been killing in God's name for centuries, and Vlad could see himself as continuing that tradition. The deaths he caused weren't murders, they were acts of holy war against the enemies of Christ. The monastery of Snagov, where Vlad may or may not be buried, was one of the religious institutions he supported. Located on an island in a lake north of Bucharest, Snagov was a significant Orthodox foundation that Vlad endowed with lands and resources. The relationship between the Impaler and this peaceful religious community seems incongruous at first glance, but it reflects the compartmentalized nature of medieval piety. Being a mass murderer didn't necessarily mean you couldn't also be a generous patron of the church. God understood that princes had difficult jobs, and that sometimes those jobs required unfortunate measures. At least that's presumably how Vlad reconciled his violence with his faith, though we can't know his inner thoughts with any certainty. The question of whether Vlad's reforms actually improved life for ordinary Wallachians is difficult to answer definitively. The sources are too sparse and too biased to give us a clear picture of daily life under his rule. What we can say is that he created conditions for economic development that previous rulers had not achieved, that he protected local merchants against foreign exploitation, and that he reduced crime to levels that seemed almost miraculous to contemporaries. Whether these benefits outweighed the costs of living under a regime of absolute terror is a calculation that each person would have made differently, and it's not one we can make on their behalf from 500 years away. The comparison with other contemporary rulers helps put Vlad's methods in perspective. Western European kings of the same period were also harsh by modern standards, employing torture, public execution, and collective punishment as regular tools of governance. The difference with Vlad was primarily one of scale and enthusiasm rather than kind. He did the same things other rulers did, just more of them, more publicly, and with apparent relish that made even hardened contemporaries uncomfortable. This doesn't excuse his behaviour, but it does suggest that he was a particularly extreme example of a type rather than a completely unique monster. As we move forward in our story, we'll see how Vlad's domestic achievements were tested by external challenges, how his carefully constructed system held up under the pressure of Ottoman invasion, and ultimately how it collapsed when he was removed from the scene. The state builder's legacy proved as fragile as his methods were harsh, leaving behind a memory of terror rather than a tradition of good governance. But for a brief moment, Vlad demonstrated that even a small, poor country on the edge of the Islamic world could be made strong, prosperous, and defensible if you were willing to pay the price in blood that such transformation required. The infrastructure development under Vlad, though rarely discussed, was another significant aspect of his reign. Roads needed to be maintained for commerce and military movement. Bridges needed to be built or repaired to ensure communication across the principality's rivers. Markets needed facilities where goods could be exchanged and taxes could be collected. None of this was glamorous work, and it doesn't make for exciting stories, but it was essential to the functioning of the state. Vlad appears to have attended to these mundane necessities with the same energy he brought to more dramatic undertakings. A prince who only impaled people and never fixed roads would quickly find himself ruling a country that couldn't function, and Vlad was too practical to make that mistake. The diplomatic correspondence from Vlad's reign, what little survives, reveals a ruler who could negotiate as well as intimidate. His letters to various European powers show familiarity with diplomatic conventions, ability to craft arguments that appeal to different audiences, and strategic thinking about how to position Wallachia in the complex web of European politics. When writing to the Pope, he emphasized his role as defender of Christianity. When writing to the Hungarian king, he emphasized their mutual interests against Ottoman expansion. When writing to merchants, he offered trade advantages in exchange for cooperation. This versatility suggests someone considerably more sophisticated than the one-dimensional monster of legend. The cultural life of Wallachia under Vlad is almost entirely unknown to us, but we can make some reasonable inferences. The court at Târgoviște would have maintained some level of ceremony and sophistication, since princely dignity required such things. There would have been scribes producing documents, priests conducting services, musicians providing entertainment. Vlad himself was apparently educated, literate in multiple languages thanks to his Ottoman captivity, and capable of appreciating cultural achievements even if he didn't personally produce them. The portrait of him as a crude barbarian who knew nothing but killing is almost certainly wrong. He was a Renaissance prince, or at least a late medieval one, with the cultural expectations that implied. The treatment of prisoners of war under Vlad was predictably harsh. Enemy soldiers captured in battle faced the same fate as rebels and criminals: impalement, burning, or other forms of public execution designed to maximize terror. This was not unusual by medieval standards, when the concept of prisoners' rights barely existed and captives were routinely killed, enslaved, or ransomed depending on their value. What distinguished Vlad was the scale on which he processed prisoners and the consistency with which he chose the most painful options available. Where other commanders might execute some prisoners and ransom others, Vlad typically executed everyone, leaving no survivors to carry tales back to the enemy, except of course for the tales carried by the corpses themselves. The famous raids into Ottoman Bulgaria that preceded the 1462 invasion showcase Vlad's strategic thinking, as well as his capacity for violence. These weren't random acts of destruction, but carefully planned operations designed to achieve specific goals, disrupting Ottoman logistics, capturing supplies, demonstrating that Wallachia could strike back against the empire, and forcing Mehmed to divert resources to respond. The execution of captured Turks and Ottoman sympathizers during these raids was part of the strategic calculation, intended to make the cost of supporting Ottoman control so high that populations would reconsider their allegiances. Whether this actually worked is debatable, but the logic behind it was clear. The financial records from Vlad's reign, fragmentary as they are, suggest a ruler who paid attention to details that others might have delegated. He personally reviewed accounts, approved expenditures, and tracked where money was going. This attention to financial management was unusual for medieval princes, who typically viewed such matters as beneath their dignity and left them to subordinates who might or might not be competent and honest. Vlad's approach was more hands-on, ensuring that resources weren't wasted and that corruption couldn't take root. The same intensity he brought to executions, he apparently brought to bookkeeping, which tells us something about his personality that the impalement stories alone do not. The legal code under Vlad, though not preserved in any comprehensive form, can be partially reconstructed from references in other documents. It appears to have been simple, harsh, and consistently applied. Crimes had specific punishments. Punishments were carried out without delay, and no one was exempt regardless of rank or connections. This simplicity was itself a kind of reform, since medieval law was typically a confusing tangle of local customs, noble privileges, and religious exceptions that made consistent enforcement nearly impossible. By cutting through this complexity and establishing clear rules that applied to everyone, Vlad created a legal environment that was brutal but predictable, which for many subjects may have been an improvement over the arbitrary injustice that preceded it. The relationship between Vlad and the Orthodox Church was generally positive, though not without tension. The Church provided legitimacy that Vlad needed, blessing his reign and supporting his wars as holy endeavours. In return, Vlad protected church properties, respected ecclesiastical jurisdictions, and funded religious institutions. But he also expected the Church to support his policies, including some that churchmen might have found uncomfortable. Priests who preached against his methods or sheltered his enemies could expect the same treatment as any other subject who defied the prince. The Church under Vlad was a partner in governance, not an independent power with the ability to check princely authority. The education system, such as it was in 15th century Wallachia, received some attention from Vlad as well. Monasteries were the primary educational institutions, training priests who provided the only literate class outside the nobility. By supporting monasteries, Vlad was indirectly supporting education, ensuring that there would be people capable of reading, writing, and performing the administrative functions that governance required. This wasn't mass education by any means, but it was investment in human capital that would pay dividends over time, assuming the principality survived long enough to realize those dividends. The spy network that Vlad maintained was another crucial component of his governance. Information was essential for his style of rule, both for identifying threats before they materialized and for identifying disloyalty before it could become dangerous. He apparently had agents throughout Wallachia, in the boyar households, in the merchant communities, in the villages. These agents reported on conversations, on meetings, on anything that might indicate opposition to the prince. The paranoid surveillance system this created was oppressive, certainly, but it was also effective at catching conspiracies before they could mature. Many plots against Vlad were discovered and crushed in their early stages, their participants adding to the landscape of stakes that surrounded his capital. The public works projects under Vlad included more than just fortifications. He apparently built or improved bridges, established market facilities, and generally invested in the infrastructure that commerce required. These projects employed workers, circulated money, and created visible evidence of princely care for the country's welfare. They also, not coincidentally, made tax collection easier by improving the transportation networks that tax collectors needed to reach their targets. The practical and the symbolic were always intertwined in Vlad's governance, with every action serving multiple purposes. The succession planning under Vlad is difficult to assess because his reign ended before any planned succession could occur. He did have sons, and presumably expected that one of them would eventually inherit the throne. Whether he made any specific preparations for this transition, trained potential successors, or established mechanisms to ensure smooth handover of power, we don't know. Given the chaos that followed his final defeat, it seems likely that whatever preparations he made were insufficient, but this may simply reflect the impossible circumstances rather than any failure of planning. The legacy of Vlad's domestic reforms is complicated by the fact that most of them didn't outlast his personal rule. The trade regulations, the military reforms, the legal simplifications, all of these depended on his enforcement and collapsed when he was no longer there to enforce them. This is the fundamental problem with rule by terror. It creates temporary order but doesn't build lasting institutions. Vlad's Wallachia was strong while he ruled it, but the strength was his, not the country's, and it departed when he did. His successors inherited a principality that had briefly experienced effectiveness, but had no infrastructure for maintaining that effectiveness independently. The economic development that Vlad fostered also proved temporary. The local merchants he had protected found themselves once again competing against foreign traders with superior connections. The agricultural recovery he had encouraged was disrupted by the renewed warfare that followed his departure. The tax revenue he had collected dried up as enforcement weakened, and evasion returned to normal levels. Within a few years of his final reign, Wallachia looked much as it had before him, poor, chaotic, and vulnerable to foreign manipulation. The reforms had worked, but only because Vlad made them work, and no one else could do the same. Yet the memory of what had been possible persisted. Romanians would remember Vlad as someone who had shown that their country could be strong, that it could resist foreign domination, that it could be governed effectively. This memory became part of national mythology, invoked whenever later generations sought to inspire resistance against external threats. The actual policies Vlad implemented mattered less than the proof of concept he provided, that with the right leadership Wallachia could be more than a pawn in other powers' games. This inspirational function of Vlad's memory has persisted to the present day, even as the specific details of his rule have been forgotten or distorted beyond recognition. The comparison between Vlad's Wallachia and other contemporaneous states reveals both similarities and differences. All medieval governments relied on some combination of consent and coercion, with the balance varying based on circumstances. Vlad's regime was unusually heavy on coercion, unusually light on consent, but it wasn't absolutely unique. Other rulers in other places achieved similar results through similar methods, though few matched Vlad's scale or enthusiasm. What made him distinctive was partly the intensity of his approach, and partly the circumstances in which he operated, facing threats that required extreme responses if they were to be met at all. The psychological portrait that emerges from examining Vlad's governance is consistent with what we've seen in other contexts. He was intelligent, organized, and capable of long-term planning. He was also paranoid, brutal, and apparently devoid of the empathy that might have softened his methods. The same person who impaled thousands of people also balanced budgets, built roads, and supported churches. The monster and the administrator were the same individual, their contradictions somehow coexisting in a single personality. Understanding Vlad requires holding both aspects in mind simultaneously, neither reducing him to pure evil nor excusing his crimes through emphasis on his achievements. The transformation from Vlad the Administrator to Vlad the Legend began even during his lifetime, but accelerated dramatically after his death. The practical achievements were forgotten while the spectacular violence was remembered and exaggerated. The Golden Cup story survived because it was dramatic and memorable. The details of tax policy and trade regulations did not survive because they were boring, however important they might have been to the people living under them. History remembers what makes good stories, and effective governance rarely makes good stories. Terror and impalement, on the other hand, make excellent stories, which is why they dominate our image of Vlad 5 centuries later. As we continue our journey through Vlad's career, keep this administrative dimension in mind. The military campaigns we'll discuss next weren't fought by a mindless killer, but by someone who had built and organized the resources necessary to fight them. The terror tactics that shocked the Ottomans were part of a broader strategic vision, not random expressions of cruelty. The Impaler was also a ruler, and understanding both aspects is necessary for understanding either. Now we arrive at the part of Vlad's story that military historians actually get excited about, the part where a small, poorly equipped principality somehow managed to give the most powerful empire in the world a bloody nose. The campaign of 1462 is one of the most remarkable examples of asymmetric warfare in medieval history, a case study in how a vastly outnumbered force can use terrain, psychology, and sheer audacity to hold off an overwhelming enemy. Forget for a moment all the impalement and terror. In this chapter we're looking at Vlad the General, and what we find is genuinely impressive. The numbers tell the story of impossibility. Sultan Mehmed II, fresh from his conquest of Constantinople, and riding a wave of military success that had made him the most feared ruler in the world, assembled an army of somewhere between 150,000 and 300,000 men to crush the troublesome Wallachian prince. Medieval army sizes are notoriously unreliable, and these figures almost certainly include camp followers, servants, and other non-combatants who wouldn't actually be fighting. But even the most conservative estimates suggest that Mehmed commanded at least 60,000 to 90,000 actual fighting men, possibly more. This was a force capable of conquering major kingdoms, and it was being directed at a principality smaller than modern Belgium. Vlad, by contrast, could field perhaps 30,000 men at maximum mobilization, and that number included every able-bodied male who could hold a weapon, not professional soldiers. His core force of trained, reliable troops was probably closer to 10,000 to 15,000. These weren't the elite janissaries or the heavily armoured Sipahi cavalry that formed the backbone of Ottoman military power. They were peasants, minor nobles, and whatever mercenaries Vlad could afford, armed with whatever weapons they could obtain and trained to whatever standard hasty preparation allowed. On paper, this wasn't a contest. It was a massacre waiting to happen. But Vlad had no intention of fighting on paper. He understood perfectly well that meeting the Ottoman army in open battle would be suicide. The Turks had better equipment, better training, better discipline, and overwhelming numbers. Any conventional engagement would end with the destruction of his army and the rapid conquest of his country. So he didn't fight conventionally. Instead, he employed a strategy that would become familiar to military planners centuries later, but was relatively unusual in the medieval period. Systematic guerrilla warfare combined with scorched earth tactics designed to make victory more expensive than the territory was worth. The Scorched Earth campaign began before the Ottoman army even crossed the Danube. Vlad ordered the destruction of everything that couldn't be moved and that might benefit the invaders. Crops were burned, livestock was driven away or slaughtered, villages were evacuated and supplies were hidden or destroyed. The Ottomans would advance into a wasteland where there was nothing to eat, nothing to drink, and nowhere to shelter. This was brutal for the Wallachian population, certainly, but it was less brutal than what the Ottomans would do if they conquered the country, and it created conditions under which even the largest army would struggle to operate. The logistics of medieval warfare were always precarious, and an army of 150,000 to 300,000 people requires staggering amounts of food, water, and fodder for horses every single day. The Ottoman supply trains stretched for miles, and even with the most efficient organisation, there were limits to what could be carried over long distances on poor roads. Armies typically supplemented their supplies by foraging from the local countryside, buying or taking food from the population they passed through. Remove this option, and you have an army operating on a ticking clock capable of advancing only as far as its supplies would last before being forced to retreat or starve. Vlad understood this perfectly. He had spent years in Ottoman captivity learning how the Turkish military worked, its strengths and weaknesses, its logistical requirements, its command structure. He knew that the Ottomans depended on local resources to sustain their campaigns, and that denying those resources would create pressure that no amount of military superiority could overcome. Every burned village, every poisoned well, every slaughtered animal was a day subtracted from the time the Ottoman army could operate in his territory. He was trading space for time, accepting devastation of his own country in exchange for the eventual exhaustion of his enemies. The poisoning of wells was particularly effective and particularly cruel. Water is essential for any military operation, and armies on the march need enormous quantities of it, not just for drinking, but for cooking, for horses, and for the countless other purposes that keep large groups of people functioning. Vlad systematically contaminated water sources throughout the Ottoman line of advance, sometimes with actual poison, but more often with dead animals, human waste, or diseased corpses. Soldiers who drank from these wells became sick, weakening the army without any combat being required. The fear of poisoning was almost as effective as the poisoning itself, since soldiers became reluctant to drink from any water source they hadn't personally verified, which slowed movement and increased dehydration. The harassment of the Ottoman column was constant and relentless. Vlad's forces, operating in small groups with intimate knowledge of the local terrain, struck at the supply train, picked off stragglers, ambushed foraging parties, and generally made life miserable for the invaders. These attacks rarely produced significant casualties, but they accumulated over days and weeks into a serious drain on Ottoman resources and morale. Soldiers who never knew when an arrow might come out of the forest, who couldn't collect water without fearing poison, who watched their supplies dwindle while the enemy remained invisible, were soldiers whose fighting spirit was being systematically eroded. Vlad was waging a war of attrition against Ottoman psychology as much as Ottoman bodies. The terrain of Wallachia favoured this kind of warfare. The country wasn't mountainous enough to provide natural fortresses, but it was heavily forested, crisscrossed by rivers, and generally difficult for large formations to navigate. Ottoman military doctrine emphasised massed formations, cavalry charges, and the overwhelming application of force, all of which required open ground where numbers could be brought to bear. In the forests and swamps of Wallachia, these advantages disappeared. A small group of men who knew the terrain could ambush a larger force, inflict casualties, and vanish before any effective response could be organised. Vlad's men lived in these forests, hunted in them, knew every path and hiding place. The Ottomans were strangers in a hostile landscape that seemed to swallow their patrols and punish their every movement. The intelligence advantage that Vlad possessed cannot be overstated. Thanks to his years in Ottoman captivity, he spoke Turkish fluently, understood Ottoman customs and military procedures, and could pass among Turks without attracting suspicion. According to various accounts, he personally led reconnaissance missions into the Ottoman camp, disguised as a Turkish officer, gathering information about troop dispositions, supply levels, and command decisions. This sounds almost too dramatic to be true, and some historians are skeptical, but it's not impossible. Vlad had the linguistic skills and the cultural knowledge to pull off such deception, and his willingness to take personal risks was well documented. Whether or not he actually infiltrated the enemy camp in person, he certainly benefited from intelligence that seems to have come from sources very close to the Ottoman command. This intelligence advantage paid off spectacularly in the most famous episode of the campaign, the night attack of June 17, 1462. Learning that Mehmed's army was camped near Târgoviște, exhausted from weeks of marching through hostile territory, Vlad planned an audacious strike directly at the Sultan's tent. The goal wasn't to defeat the Ottoman army, an obvious impossibility, but to kill or capture Mehmed himself. With the Sultan dead, the campaign would collapse into chaos as various factions competed for succession. Even if Mehmed survived, the psychological impact of nearly being killed in his own camp would be devastating, both to his personal prestige and to the morale of his army. The attack began around midnight, when the Ottoman camp was at its most vulnerable. Vlad led somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 men in a coordinated assault that struck multiple points simultaneously, creating confusion about the size and direction of the threat. The attackers wore Ottoman uniforms and spoke Turkish, adding to the chaos as defenders struggled to distinguish friend from foe in the darkness. Torches were thrown into tents, horses were released from their lines, and the orderly camp descended into pandemonium as soldiers stumbled out of sleep into what seemed like the apocalypse. The primary thrust of the attack was directed at the Sultan's pavilion, which Vlad had identified through his intelligence network. His personal guard fought their way through the outer defences, cutting down anyone who stood in their path, aiming for the elaborate tent that marked the centre of Ottoman power. They were close, possibly very close, to achieving their objective. Some accounts suggest they actually reached the pavilion and found it empty, the Sultan having been moved or having fled. Others suggest they reached the wrong tent entirely, the Ottoman command having set up decoy pavilions precisely to prevent such targeted assassinations. Whatever the truth, Vlad didn't get his prize. Mehmed survived the night, though the experience apparently shook him badly. The fighting continued until dawn, with casualties mounting on both sides as the initial surprise wore off and the Ottomans began to organise a coherent response. Vlad, recognising that daylight would eliminate his advantages and expose his outnumbered force to destruction, ordered a withdrawal before the sun rose fully. His men faded back into the forest they had emerged from, leaving behind a devastated camp, thousands of dead Turks, and a sultan who had just learned what it felt like to be on the receiving end of terror tactics. The exact casualty figures from the night attack are disputed, with estimates ranging from a few thousand to over 15,000 Ottoman dead. The German pamphlets, never ones to understate Vlad's exploits when it made for better copy, claimed astronomical numbers. More sober assessments suggest that several thousand Turks were killed, with significant additional losses in horses, supplies and equipment. But the material losses were arguably less important than the psychological impact. The Janissaries, elite soldiers who prided themselves on discipline and courage, had been caught sleeping and butchered like sheep. The Sultan, conqueror of Constantinople and scourge of Christendom, had nearly been killed in his own bed. The aura of Ottoman invincibility, so carefully cultivated through decades of victory, had been punctured. The aftermath of the night attack saw a notable shift in Ottoman behaviour. Mehmed, previously confident in his army's ability to crush any resistance, became more cautious. The march toward Târgoviște slowed as security measures were tightened and the army closed ranks against further surprises. Foraging parties went out in larger groups with heavier guards. Night watches were doubled and tripled. All of this consumed resources and time that the Ottomans didn't have in unlimited supply. The Scorched Earth campaign was already straining their logistics, and now the additional security requirements made the strain even worse. It was during this phase of the campaign that the Ottoman army encountered the Forest of the Impaled, the grotesque display we discussed earlier. The timing was not coincidental. Vlad had prepared this psychological weapon specifically to exploit the vulnerability created by the night attack. Soldiers who were already nervous, already questioning whether this campaign was worth the cost, now faced miles of their countrymen's corpses arranged in artistic formations of death. The combination of military setback and visual horror proved too much for many. Desertions increased, morale collapsed, and even Mehmed himself reportedly expressed doubt about continuing the campaign. The strategic genius of Vlad's approach becomes clear when you consider what he was trying to achieve. He couldn't defeat the Ottoman army. He knew that from the beginning. What he could do was make victory so costly, so painful, so traumatic that the Ottomans would decide it wasn't worth the effort. Every poisoned well, every ambush, every impaled corpse, every sleepless night was designed to tip that cost-benefit calculation in his favour. He wasn't fighting to win in any conventional sense. He was fighting to make losing more attractive than continuing. This is the essence of asymmetric warfare, and Vlad executed it with remarkable sophistication for his era. Modern counterinsurgency doctrine recognizes many of the principles he employed. The importance of denying resources to the enemy, the value of psychological operations, the strategic use of terrain, the exploitation of information advantages. Vlad didn't have access to military theory textbooks, but he had learned through experience, both his own and that of his Ottoman captors. He understood intuitively what later strategists would formalize in doctrine, that a weaker force can prevail against a stronger one by changing the nature of the contest. The use of Turkish language and cultural knowledge throughout the campaign extended beyond the night attack itself. Vlad's forces regularly employed deception operations that exploited their familiarity with Ottoman procedures. False orders were apparently circulated among Turkish units, directing them to wrong locations or causing them to stand down when they should have been fighting. Turkish-speaking Wallachian scouts spread disinformation among Ottoman soldiers, exaggerating the size of Vlad's forces and the severity of recent losses. The Ottoman command couldn't entirely trust their own communication network, since any messenger might be an enemy agent and any order might be fabricated. This information warfare, primitive by modern standards but sophisticated for its time, multiplied the effectiveness of Vlad's limited military resources. The comparison with other famous guerrilla campaigns throughout history is instructive. Vlad's Wallachia anticipates many of the same patterns seen in the Spanish resistance to Napoleon, the Soviet partisans against Nazi Germany, and countless other asymmetric conflicts. The use of terrain, the emphasis on logistics disruption, the psychological operations, the acceptance of temporary losses for long-term advantage, these are recurring themes in the history of weak forces fighting strong ones. What makes Vlad's campaign particularly notable is its early date and its systematic nature. This wasn't improvised resistance by desperate peasants. It was a calculated strategic approach implemented by a ruler who understood exactly what he was doing and why. The role of local knowledge in Vlad's success deserves emphasis. His soldiers weren't just fighting on familiar terrain. They were fighting on terrain they knew intimately, where they could disappear and reappear at will, where they could find food and water that the Ottomans couldn't, where every hill and forest hid potential ambush sites. This advantage is difficult to overcome no matter how large your army is. You can have 100,000 soldiers, but if you don't know where the enemy is, where the paths lead, or where the water is safe to drink, your numbers mean less than they should. The Ottomans were operating blind in a country that was actively trying to kill them, and their technological and numerical superiority couldn't fully compensate for this disadvantage. The morale factor on the Wallachian side is worth considering as well. Vlad's men were defending their homes, their families, and everything they knew. They were also fighting for a leader who asked nothing of them that he wasn't willing to do himself. Vlad's personal participation in dangerous missions, whether literally true or merely believed, created a bond between prince and soldiers that transcended normal feudal obligation. These weren't mercenaries fighting for pay or conscripts fighting because they had no choice. They were men who believed in their cause and their leader, and that belief made them more effective than their numbers and equipment would suggest. The Ottomans, by contrast, were fighting far from home for objectives that probably seemed increasingly abstract as the campaign wore on. Wallachia wasn't a wealthy prize. It wasn't strategically critical in any obvious way. It was a poor, forested principality whose main value lay in its position as a buffer state, which could be achieved through installing a friendly puppet as easily as through direct conquest. As the costs of the campaign mounted, many Ottoman soldiers must have wondered why they were suffering and dying for this particular piece of territory. The question probably occurred to Mehmed himself, which is why he eventually decided to delegate the problem to Radu, rather than continuing to prosecute the war personally. The decision to withdraw the main Ottoman army and leave the conquest to Radu and his Turkish-backed forces was a victory for Vlad's strategy, even though it didn't save his throne in the long run. Mehmed II, the conqueror of Constantinople, the man who had humbled emperors and shattered kingdoms, had been forced to retreat from a principality smaller than most Ottoman provinces. The invincible army had proven invincible, at least in this particular context. The psychological impact throughout Europe was significant, demonstrating that Ottoman expansion could be resisted, that the seemingly unstoppable tide could be held back. Christian Europe had been watching the campaign with a mixture of terror and hope, and Vlad's defiance provided a model for resistance that others would later emulate. The guerrilla tactics that Vlad employed had certain requirements that are worth noting. They demanded a population willing to sacrifice their homes and crops for the common cause, or at least a ruler willing to force that sacrifice on them. They demanded soldiers capable of operating independently in small groups without constant supervision. They demanded intelligence about enemy movements that couldn't be obtained through conventional reconnaissance. And they demanded a willingness to accept short-term losses, even devastating ones, for uncertain long-term gains. Not every country and not every ruler could meet these requirements. Vlad could, partly because of his personal qualities and partly because of the desperate circumstances that made any alternative even worse. The limitations of guerrilla warfare also became apparent as the campaign continued. Vlad could harass the Ottomans, could make their lives miserable, could inflict significant casualties and damage their morale. What he couldn't do was actually expel them from his territory or prevent them from supporting Radu's claim to the throne. The same factors that made conventional battle suicidal also made decisive victory impossible. Vlad could avoid losing for a long time, but he couldn't actually win in any definitive sense. The best he could hope for was that the Ottomans would eventually give up and go home, which they did, sort of, but only after ensuring that a more cooperative prince was installed in his place. The strategic endgame of the 1462 campaign illustrates the fundamental dilemma of asymmetric warfare. The weaker side can prolong a conflict indefinitely through guerrilla tactics, but converting that prolongation into actual victory requires either the stronger side giving up entirely or some external factor changing the balance of power. Neither of these things happened in Vlad's case. The Ottomans didn't give up, they just changed their approach, supporting Radu's takeover rather than continuing direct military occupation. And no external factor emerged to save Vlad's position. The Christian powers of Europe, who had cheered his resistance and sent encouraging letters, provided no actual military support when it might have made a difference. Vlad found himself increasingly isolated, his army shrinking through attrition, his support among the boyars evaporating as they recognized which way the wind was blowing. The defection of the boyars was particularly damaging. Throughout the campaign, Vlad had relied on the Wallachian nobility to provide leadership for his forces and to maintain local control in areas the central government couldn't directly manage. But the boyars had their own interests, which didn't necessarily align with fighting a losing war against the Ottoman Empire. Many of them had connections to Hungary or to Ottoman-friendly factions that provided alternatives to Vlad's rule. As the campaign wore on and victory seemed increasingly unlikely, boyars began calculating their post-Vlad futures and positioning themselves accordingly. Some defected openly to Radu. Others simply withdrew their support, reducing the forces available to Vlad and undermining his ability to continue resistance. The intelligence advantage that had served Vlad so well began to work against him as Ottoman spies and Wallachian traitors provided information about his movements and plans. The same forest that hid his forces also hid enemies who were reporting everything they saw. The ambushes that had worked so well in the early campaign became harder to execute, as the Ottomans learned to expect them, and as Radu's local supporters provided warnings. The information war that Vlad had been winning shifted in his enemy's favour, and with it shifted the overall momentum of the conflict. By the end of 1462, Vlad's position was untenable. His army had been reduced through casualties, desertions, and defections. His treasury was exhausted, his boyars were abandoning him. And Radu, backed by Ottoman resources and supported by a significant portion of the Wallachian elite, was consolidating control over the principality. Vlad fled to Hungary, hoping to find support from King Matthias Corvinus, the Christian monarch he had been fighting to protect. What he found instead was imprisonment, but that's a story for the next chapter. The military legacy of Vlad's 1462 campaign extends far beyond its immediate context. Students of guerrilla warfare have studied his methods for centuries, finding in them principles that remain relevant today. The emphasis on denying resources to a superior enemy, the use of psychological operations to undermine morale, the exploitation of terrain and local knowledge, the acceptance of temporary defeats for strategic advantage, these are all concepts that appear in modern counterinsurgency manuals, though usually without crediting a 15th century Wallachian prince. Vlad didn't invent guerrilla warfare, but he executed it with a sophistication and systematization that was unusual for his era. The night attack in particular became legendary, cited as an example of how audacity and surprise can overcome numerical disadvantage. Later commanders facing similar situations, drastically outnumbered but refusing to accept defeat, would look to Vlad's example as proof that the seemingly impossible was sometimes achievable. The specific tactics he employed, the use of disguise and deception, the targeting of enemy leadership, the coordination of multiple simultaneous strikes, would be echoed in special operations doctrine centuries later. Whether these later practitioners consciously drew on Vlad's example or simply reinvented the same principles is unclear, but the parallels are striking. The transformation of Vlad's image through this campaign is worth noting. Before 1462, he was primarily known as a brutal domestic tyrant who impaled his own subjects with enthusiasm. After 1462, he became something more complex, a resistance hero who had stood alone against the greatest military power of his age, who had employed brilliant tactics to compensate for his weakness, who had nearly killed the Sultan himself in a daring night raid. The impalement continued, certainly, but it was now contextualized within a broader narrative of desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. The monster became, at least partially, a patriot, and this dual image would persist through the centuries into the present day. The physical and psychological toll of the campaign on Vlad himself can only be imagined. He spent months in constant danger, personally leading missions that could have resulted in his capture or death at any moment. He watched his country destroyed by his own orders, knowing that the devastation was necessary but probably feeling the weight of it nonetheless. He saw his supporters abandon him one by one as the situation deteriorated, experiencing the isolation that comes to leaders of losing causes. Whatever else he was, Vlad was not someone who took the easy path. He fought when fighting was hopeless, persisted when persistence seemed pointless, and refused to surrender even when surrender might have been the rational choice. This stubbornness, this refusal to accept defeat, was both his greatest strength and ultimately his downfall. As we move forward in our story, we'll see what happened when Vlad's military campaign collapsed, and he was forced to seek refuge with allies who turned out to be something less than friendly. The guerrilla war had failed to save his throne, but it had established his reputation as someone who would go to any lengths to resist conquest. That reputation would follow him through years of imprisonment and would eventually contribute to his unlikely return. The night attack became the stuff of legend, a story told and retold throughout Europe as proof that the Ottoman tide could be resisted. And Vlad himself became something more than just another Balkan prince. He became a symbol, a name that meant something beyond the individual who bore it. The Impaler had become the resistance leader, and the world would not forget either aspect of his character. The technical aspects of the night attack deserve further examination for those interested in military history. Coordinating thousands of men for a night operation in an era without radios, flares, or any of the communication technologies modern armies take for granted was extraordinarily difficult. Vlad apparently used a combination of prearranged signals, phase lines based on terrain features, and trusted subordinates who understood the overall plan well enough to adapt when things went wrong. The attack began at multiple points simultaneously, which suggests either excellent timing or some form of signal coordination, perhaps fires lit at designated moments, or horn calls that could be heard across the engagement area. The choice of midnight as the attack time was not arbitrary. The human body has a circadian rhythm that makes alertness lowest in the hours after midnight, and soldiers who had been marching and fighting for weeks would be especially vulnerable to this natural drowsiness. The Ottoman sentries, however disciplined, would have been fighting against their own biology as they tried to stay alert during the darkest hours. Vlad, who had spent years observing Ottoman camp routines during his captivity, would have known when the watches changed, when the camp was quietest, and when an attack would have the greatest chance of catching defenders off guard. The use of captured Ottoman uniforms and equipment was another crucial element of the attack's success. In the darkness and confusion of a night battle, distinguishing friend from foe is extremely difficult even with modern identification systems. In the 15th century, with no consistent uniform standards and fighters on both sides using similar weapons and tactics, the only reliable identifiers were clothing and language. By dressing his men in Turkish garb and ensuring they could shout convincing Turkish phrases, Vlad created chaos that the Ottoman defenders couldn't easily resolve. Soldiers hesitated to attack figures who might be their comrades, while Vlad's men had no such hesitation since they knew exactly who was who. The logistics of preparing such an operation were formidable. Vlad needed to gather enough Ottoman clothing and equipment for thousands of men, train them in basic Turkish phrases, coordinate their movements through difficult terrain at night, and keep the entire plan secret despite the presence of Ottoman sympathizers among the Wallachian population. Any leak could have resulted in the Ottomans being prepared for the attack, transforming a potential victory into a catastrophic defeat. The fact that surprise was achieved suggests either excellent operational security or considerable luck, probably both. The aftermath of the night attack saw changes in Ottoman camp procedures that would persist for generations. Night security was dramatically increased, with multiple layers of sentries and more frequent password changes. The Sultan's quarters were relocated regularly, and decoys were employed to confuse potential attackers. Officers were required to establish identity protocols that couldn't be easily faked. All of these measures added to the logistical burden of Ottoman campaigns, a testament to the lasting impact of Vlad's single night of violence. The role of horses in the night attack is often overlooked but was probably significant. Cavalry was essential for the rapid penetration of the Ottoman camp, and for the equally rapid withdrawal when dawn approached. Vlad's horsemen would have trained extensively for night operations, learning to control their mounts in darkness and confusion without panicking. The release of Ottoman horses from their lines was a deliberate tactic to add to the chaos and to deny the defenders the mobility they needed to respond effectively. A cavalry charge in broad daylight is terrifying enough. One coming out of complete darkness, with fires erupting everywhere and screaming men falling all around, would have been absolutely nightmarish. The weapons employed during the night attack were probably chosen for their effectiveness in close combat and their silence until the moment of engagement. Swords, axes, and maces would have been preferred over crossbows or early firearms, which were loud and slow to reload. The goal was to get among the enemy and create maximum carnage before any organized resistance could form. The impalement that Vlad was famous for was not practical in a night raid, though captured prisoners may have been dealt with that way after the fact, assuming any prisoners were taken at all. The command and control challenges of the withdrawal phase were perhaps even greater than those of the attack itself. Getting thousands of men to disengage from combat and retreat in an orderly fashion, at night, while being pursued by an enemy that was now alert and angry, required discipline and training that most medieval armies simply didn't possess. The fact that Vlad extracted his force with minimal losses during the withdrawal speaks to the quality of his troops and the effectiveness of his leadership. Many night attacks throughout history have achieved initial success only to be destroyed during a chaotic retreat. Vlad avoided this fate through careful planning and excellent execution. The psychological impact on Mehmed personally should not be underestimated. The Sultan was accustomed to being the most dangerous person in any room, the one who struck fear into others rather than experiencing it himself. The night attack brought him face to face with his own mortality in a way that few previous experiences had. Some accounts suggest he suffered from nightmares afterward, that he became more paranoid and suspicious, that his sleep was never quite as peaceful. Whether these accounts are accurate or simply represent wishful thinking by Christian observers, they capture something true about the nature of such experiences. No one walks away from nearly being killed in their sleep entirely unchanged. The strategic context of the night attack within the broader campaign is worth emphasizing. Vlad didn't launch this raid impulsively or out of desperation. It was a calculated strike timed to maximize impact at a moment when Ottoman morale was already weakened by weeks of scorched earth and guerrilla harassment. The cumulative effect of the entire campaign, not just the night attack itself, was what ultimately convinced Mehmed to change his approach. Each element reinforced the others, creating a strategic situation far more challenging than any single tactic could have produced. The comparison with modern special operations is irresistible, though it should be made carefully. Modern special forces operate with technologies and training methods that Vlad couldn't have imagined, but the underlying principles show remarkable continuity. The emphasis on surprise, on intelligence, on attacking enemy leadership, on creating effects disproportionate to the forces employed, these are all hallmarks of special operations thinking, and Vlad employed them all. Whether he should be considered a pioneer of special operations or simply a resourceful commander, using the tools available to him is a matter of perspective, but the parallels are striking regardless. The documentation of the night attack comes from multiple sources with different biases, which creates challenges for historical reconstruction, but also increases confidence that something remarkable actually happened. The German pamphlets describe it as proof of Vlad's demonic nature, attributing his success to supernatural forces. Ottoman sources acknowledge the attack but typically minimize its impact and emphasize the ultimate victory of Turkish arms. Romanian traditions celebrate it as a heroic stand against foreign aggression. Byzantine chroniclers record it as evidence that resistance to the Ottomans was possible. The convergence of these disparate sources on the basic facts, an audacious night raid that nearly killed the Sultan and inflicted significant casualties, suggests that the core narrative is historically reliable, even if specific details are uncertain. The lessons that contemporary observers drew from the campaign varied based on their perspectives and interests. For Christian Europe, the message was that Ottoman expansion could be resisted, that the right leader with the right tactics could hold off the Turkish tide. This message provided hope at a time when hope was desperately needed, with Ottoman armies seemingly unstoppable and Christian unity fragmented by internal conflicts. For the Ottomans, the lesson was that difficult terrain and determined resistance could make conquest costly, even when the military balance heavily favoured the attacker. This lesson would inform Ottoman decision-making for decades, as planners calculated whether particular targets were worth the trouble they would cause. The human cost of the campaign on both sides was substantial, though precise figures are impossible to determine. The Ottomans probably lost somewhere between 10,000 and 30,000 men to combat disease and the various hardships of campaigning in hostile territory. The Wallachians lost fewer in direct combat but suffered enormously from the scorched earth policy, with villages destroyed, crops burned, and entire communities displaced. The long-term demographic and economic impact on Wallachia probably exceeded the military casualties on either side, as the country struggled to recover from devastation that had been largely self-inflicted. The legacy of the 1462 campaign for Wallachian national identity proved to be one of its most significant outcomes, though one that took centuries to fully develop. As Romanian nationalism emerged in the 19th century, the story of Vlad's resistance to the Ottomans became a foundational narrative, proof that Romanians had a tradition of fighting for independence that stretched back centuries. The night attack became a set piece in this national mythology, celebrated in literature, art, and eventually film. The historical complexity of Vlad's career, including his brutality toward his own subjects, was smoothed away in favour of a simpler story about a heroic prince defending his country against foreign aggression. This simplified narrative persists to the present day, shaping how many Romanians think about their national past. The military effectiveness of Vlad's approach, impressive as it was, ultimately couldn't overcome the fundamental imbalance of resources between Wallachia and the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans could absorb losses that would have destroyed smaller states. They could return year after year, grinding down resistance through sheer persistence. They could support alternative claimants like Radu who would undermine resistance from within. Vlad's guerrilla campaign delayed Ottoman domination of Wallachia, but couldn't prevent it permanently. The pattern would repeat throughout the following centuries, with periods of resistance followed by periods of accommodation, until the Ottoman Empire itself eventually declined and collapsed. The personal story of Vlad during these months of campaigning reveals a man pushed to his limits and beyond. He was everywhere at once, leading raids personally, making command decisions under impossible pressure, watching his country burn and his support erode. The strain must have been enormous, yet the sources suggest he maintained his characteristic determination and ferocity throughout. Whether this reflects genuine inner strength, the numbness that comes from prolonged trauma, or simply the absence of any acceptable alternative, we can't know. What we can say is that he didn't break, didn't surrender, didn't give up even when giving up might have been the rational choice. The Dragon's son fought to the last, even when fighting meant presiding over the destruction of everything he claimed to be defending. We've talked about scorched earth tactics, guerrilla warfare, and psychological terror through impalement. But Vlad had one more weapon in his arsenal that deserves its own discussion, a weapon that makes even the impalement seem almost conventional by comparison. We're talking about biological warfare, the deliberate use of disease as a military tool, and Vlad may have been one of the first European commanders to employ it systematically. This is where the story gets genuinely uncomfortable, even by the standards of everything else we've discussed. The basic concept was grimly simple. During the Ottoman campaign of 1462, Vlad apparently gathered people suffering from infectious diseases, primarily plague, leprosy, and tuberculosis, and sent them toward the Ottoman army. Some were dispatched directly into Turkish camps, dressed in Ottoman clothing and instructed to mingle with soldiers as long as possible before their illness became apparent. Others were left in villages along the Ottoman line of advance, abandoned settlements that the Turks would naturally occupy and use for shelter. Still others may have been used to contaminate food supplies or water sources, their bodies or bodily fluids deliberately introduced into resources the enemy would consume. The historical evidence for this biological warfare program is not as solid as we might like. No Ottoman source explicitly describes being attacked with diseased people, though this might be because such an admission would be embarrassing. The accounts come primarily from later chronicles and from the general pattern of disease outbreaks that afflicted the Ottoman army during the campaign. We know that significant numbers of Turkish soldiers fell ill during the Wallachian invasion, more than would be expected from the normal hazards of campaigning. We know that Vlad was willing to use any tactic that might work, regardless of conventional ethical constraints. And we know that biological warfare was not unknown in the medieval world, with various examples of diseased corpses being catapulted into besieged cities throughout the period. Connecting these dots to conclude that Vlad employed deliberate disease spreading is reasonable, if not definitively proven. The diseases in question were terrifying in ways that modern medicine has largely rendered historical. Plague, whether bubonic, pneumonic, or septicemic, was the great killer of the medieval world, capable of wiping out entire cities in weeks. The Black Death of the previous century had killed somewhere between a third and half of Europe's population, and outbreaks continued to occur regularly throughout the 15th century. There was no treatment, no cure, and no real understanding of how the disease spread. A single infected person introduced into a crowded military camp could potentially trigger an epidemic that would kill thousands, far more than any conventional military operation could hope to achieve. Leprosy, while less rapidly lethal, was perhaps even more feared. The disease caused progressive disfigurement, nerve damage, and eventually death over a period of years. Lepers were universally shunned, forced to live in segregated colonies, and considered spiritually as well as physically unclean. The psychological impact of encountering lepers, particularly lepers who had been deliberately planted in your path, would have been profound. Ottoman soldiers, already nervous about the hostile territory, and the Wallachian guerrillas now had to worry about contracting a disease that would condemn them to slow, disfiguring death and social ostracism. Every stranger they met could be a carrier of terrible illness. Every village they entered could be a trap. Tuberculosis, the third major disease mentioned in accounts of Vlad's biological warfare, was endemic throughout Europe and the Middle East. Unlike plague, it didn't kill quickly, but it was highly contagious and progressively debilitating. A soldier who contracted tuberculosis might continue functioning for weeks or months, while gradually weakening and spreading the disease to everyone around him. The coughing, the fever, the gradual decline in strength, all of these would undermine the fighting capacity of any unit affected. And unlike plague, which might be recognized and quarantined before it spread too far, tuberculosis could infiltrate an army silently, establishing itself before anyone realized what was happening. The ethical dimensions of biological warfare troubled medieval observers far less than they trouble us today. War was expected to be brutal, and any tactic that worked was generally considered legitimate as long as it was employed against appropriate targets. The concept of war crimes, of methods that were simply too terrible to be permitted regardless of circumstances, barely existed in any formal sense. Individual commanders might have personal codes of honor that restrained them from certain actions, but there was no international law governing the conduct of warfare, no Geneva Conventions establishing minimum standards of treatment. Vlad, operating in this ethical vacuum, apparently felt no compunction about using disease as a weapon. If it killed Turks, it was good strategy. From a purely military perspective, the use of disease made excellent sense. Vlad was fighting a defensive war against vastly superior forces with no realistic prospect of conventional victory. Every Ottoman soldier who died from disease was one who couldn't fight him on the battlefield. Every outbreak that forced the Turkish command to deal with sick soldiers was a distraction from the main campaign. the terror induced by the threat of disease, adding to the terror already created by the guerrilla tactics and the impalement displays, further eroded Ottoman morale and willingness to continue the invasion. Disease was a force multiplier, allowing Vlad's limited resources to have effects far beyond what they could achieve through direct combat. The targeting of sick people as weapons raises particularly disturbing questions. These were individuals who were already suffering, already marginalized by their illnesses, and Vlad apparently used them as expendable tools for his military goals. Whether they went willingly, hoping perhaps for a chance at revenge against the enemies of their faith, or were coerced into their deadly missions, we don't know. The sources don't give us the perspective of the plague victims or lepers who were sent to die among the Ottomans. They appear in the historical record only as weapons, their humanity erased by their instrumental role in Vlad's strategy. The comparison with modern biological warfare programs is inevitable but should be made carefully. Modern bioweapons are products of sophisticated laboratory science, capable of being produced in large quantities, modified for specific effects, and deployed through advanced delivery systems. Vlad's biological warfare was primitive by comparison, relying on naturally occurring diseases and very basic delivery methods, essentially just putting sick people near healthy enemies and hoping for transmission. But the underlying principle, using disease as a deliberate instrument of war, is the same. Vlad pioneered, or at least employed early in European history, a form of warfare that would later become one of the most feared and condemned aspects of military conflict. The effectiveness of Vlad's biological warfare is difficult to assess with precision. We know that disease affected the Ottoman army significantly during the 1462 campaign, but we can't say with certainty how much of this was due to deliberate infection versus the normal risks of military operations in the 15th century. Armies on campaign regularly suffered disease outbreaks regardless of enemy action, since the combination of poor sanitation, crowded conditions, inadequate food, and physical exhaustion created ideal conditions for illness to spread. Vlad's biological warfare may have accelerated or intensified outbreaks that would have occurred anyway, or it may have introduced diseases that wouldn't otherwise have been present. We simply don't have the evidence to make definitive claims. What we can say is that the Ottoman army that invaded Wallachia in 1462 encountered an environment that seemed designed to kill them through every possible means. The land was stripped of resources, the water was poisoned, the forests hid ambushes, the villages displayed impaled corpses, and somewhere out there were people with terrible diseases waiting to mingle with the healthy. The cumulative psychological effect of this hostile environment was probably more significant than any single element, creating a perception that Wallachia itself was deadly, that the very act of being there was dangerous regardless of what the Wallachian military might do. This perception contributed to the eventual Ottoman decision to withdraw the main army and pursue indirect methods of conquest through Radu. The historical legacy of Vlad's biological warfare has been largely overshadowed by his more dramatic methods, particularly impalement. When people think of Vlad the Impaler, they think of stakes and corpses, not plague victims sent to infect enemy camps. This is partly because the biological warfare is less visually striking, less amenable to the woodcut illustrations that spread Vlad's reputation throughout Europe. A field of impaled bodies makes for a memorable image. A sick person coughing on Ottoman soldiers does not. But the biological warfare was arguably the more innovative aspect of Vlad's military repertoire, anticipating developments in warfare that wouldn't become systematic until centuries later. The moral question at the heart of Vlad's biological warfare program is one that military ethicists continue to debate. Does the extremity of a threat justify extreme responses? Vlad was facing the destruction of his country, the conquest of his people, and almost certainly his own death if the Ottomans succeeded. Under such circumstances, did he have the right to employ any weapon that might work regardless of how terrible? Or are there limits that should not be crossed even when survival is at stake? The modern consensus, embodied in international treaties banning biological weapons, is that some methods are simply too indiscriminate, too uncontrollable, too potentially catastrophic to be permitted under any circumstances. Vlad obviously did not share this view. The disease warfare also raises questions about the treatment of civilian populations in war. The sick people Vlad used as weapons were presumably Wallachians, his own subjects, people he was theoretically supposed to protect. He sacrificed them for military advantage, treating them as expendable resources rather than as individuals deserving of care. This is consistent with his general approach to governance, which prioritized collective survival over individual welfare, but it adds another dimension to our understanding of his character. Vlad was willing to sacrifice anyone, including the most vulnerable members of his own population, for the greater good as he defined it. The religious dimension of biological warfare in this context is worth noting. The Ottomans were Muslim invaders threatening a Christian country, and Vlad framed his resistance as a holy war defending the faith. Using disease against Muslim enemies might have seemed not just strategically sound but morally appropriate, a kind of divine plague visited upon the enemies of Christ. Medieval Christians were very familiar with the concept of God using disease to punish the wicked, drawing on biblical examples like the plagues of Egypt. Vlad might have seen himself as simply accelerating God's work, helping the Almighty smite the infidels more efficiently. Whether he actually thought this way or simply used religious justification as a convenient cover for ruthless pragmatism, we can't know. Now let's turn to what happened when Vlad's campaign collapsed and he fled to Hungary seeking refuge. Because this is where the story takes one of its most ironic turns, where the defender of Christianity against Islam found himself imprisoned not by Muslims, but by fellow Christians. The man who had spent years hating the Ottomans for holding him captive would spend even more years in captivity at the hands of his supposed allies. Life, as they say, has a sense of humour, though Vlad probably wasn't laughing. When Vlad realised that his position in Wallachia was untenable, with Radu gaining support and the Ottoman-backed forces closing in, he had limited options. He couldn't surrender to the Ottomans, who would certainly execute him after everything he had done. He couldn't remain in Wallachia, where his support had evaporated. The only realistic choice was to flee to Hungary and throw himself on the mercy of King Matthias Corvinus, the Christian monarch he had been defending against Ottoman expansion. Matthias was supposed to be his ally, the fellow Christian ruler who shared his interest in resisting Turkish aggression. Surely he would provide support for a prince who had sacrificed everything fighting the common enemy. This assumption proved catastrophically wrong. Instead of welcoming Vlad as a hero of Christendom, Matthias had him arrested and imprisoned. The exact circumstances of this arrest are disputed in the sources, but the result is clear. Vlad went from being a prince waging guerrilla war against the Ottoman Empire to being a prisoner in Hungary, held for roughly 12 years in various forms of captivity. The man who had nearly killed Sultan Mehmed II in a daring night raid found himself unable to leave a Hungarian castle without permission. The irony would be almost funny if it weren't so tragic. Why did Matthias betray his supposed ally? The sources offer several possible explanations, none of them mutually exclusive. The most commonly cited reason is political calculation. Matthias had received substantial funds from the Pope and various European powers specifically to support the war against the Ottomans, funds that were supposed to be spent on military campaigns, but that Matthias might have preferred to redirect toward other purposes. As long as Vlad was actively fighting the Turks, Matthias was under pressure to support him. With Vlad imprisoned and neutralized, Matthias could claim that the Wallachian situation was hopeless, pocket the crusade funds, and pursue his own agenda without the complications of actually fighting a war. Another explanation involves forged letters that supposedly showed Vlad negotiating with the Ottomans, offering to betray Hungary in exchange for Ottoman support in reclaiming his throne. These letters, if they ever existed, were almost certainly fabrications, probably created by Matthias's agents or by Hungarian nobles who had their own reasons to want Vlad removed. The content was suspicious on its face, since everything we know about Vlad suggests he would sooner die than ally with the Ottomans. But in the political environment of the time, plausibility mattered less than utility. The letters provided a justification for imprisoning a troublesome ally, and that was what they were designed to do. A third explanation focuses on the personal relationship between Matthias and Vlad, or rather the lack of one. Matthias was a sophisticated Renaissance monarch, educated in humanist learning, patron of arts and sciences, builder of one of the great libraries of Europe. Vlad was a brutal warrior from a frontier principality, famous for impaling people and dining among corpses. The two men probably had little in common personally, and Matthias may have found Vlad's methods and reputation embarrassing. Having the Impaler as an ally reflected poorly on Hungarian civilization, or so Matthias might have reasoned. Better to keep him locked up where he couldn't cause further scandal. A fourth explanation involves the simple dynamics of power and threat assessment. Vlad had demonstrated that he was willing and able to create enormous chaos with limited resources. He had nearly killed a sultan, devastated his own country, and generally shown himself to be someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. From Matthias's perspective, such a person was dangerous regardless of which side he was nominally on. Today's ally could become tomorrow's enemy, and Vlad had shown that he made an extremely dangerous enemy. Keeping him imprisoned ensured that his particular talents wouldn't be turned against Hungary at some future date. Whatever combination of these factors motivated Matthias, the result was the same. Vlad spent roughly 12 years in Hungarian captivity, from late 1462 or early 1463 until around 1474 or 1475. The conditions of his imprisonment varied over time. Initially, he was apparently held in fairly close confinement, treated as a political prisoner rather than an honoured guest. Later, as his situation stabilised and he demonstrated willingness to cooperate with Hungarian requirements, his conditions improved. He was eventually given considerable freedom of movement, allowed to maintain a household, and treated more as a semi-autonomous nobleman than a prisoner. But he remained under Hungarian control, unable to return to Wallachia or to pursue his own political agenda. The psychological impact of this second captivity on Vlad is worth considering. He had already spent 6 years as an Ottoman hostage in his youth, years that had shaped his character in profound ways. Now he was experiencing captivity again, this time at the hands of Christians who were supposed to be his allies. The betrayal aspect must have been particularly painful. The Ottomans were enemies. You expected enemies to treat you badly. But Hungary was supposed to be different, supposed to represent the Christian solidarity that the Order of the Dragon had been founded to embody. Discovering that his Christian ally was just as willing to imprison him as his Muslim enemies must have deepened whatever cynicism Vlad already possessed about human nature and political loyalty. The length of the captivity is remarkable in itself. 12 years is a long time to hold someone prisoner without trial, execution, or release. Matthias apparently couldn't decide what to do with Vlad. Executing him would create problems, since Vlad had supporters who might cause trouble, and since killing a prince who had fought heroically against the Ottomans would look bad. Releasing him would also create problems, since Vlad would immediately start trying to reclaim his throne, and would likely cause the same kind of chaos that had characterized his previous reign. So Matthias chose the path of least resistance. Keep Vlad imprisoned indefinitely, neither killing him nor freeing him, just maintaining him in a kind of political limbo until circumstances changed. During his Hungarian captivity, Vlad underwent 2 significant transformations that deserve attention. The first was religious. He converted from Orthodox Christianity to Roman Catholicism. This conversion was probably required by his Hungarian hosts as a condition for improved treatment and eventual release. Hungary was a Catholic kingdom, closely allied with the papacy, and having an Orthodox prince in their custody was theologically awkward. Converting Vlad to Catholicism resolved this awkwardness, and also served to sever his connection to the Orthodox religious establishment in Wallachia, making him more dependent on Hungarian support. Whether Vlad's conversion was sincere or merely strategic is impossible to determine. He had already demonstrated considerable religious flexibility during his lifetime, maintaining Orthodox practice despite years of exposure to Islam in Ottoman captivity, and now switching to Catholicism when circumstances demanded. This suggests someone for whom religious identity was more instrumental than deeply felt, a means to political ends rather than an end in itself. But we can't rule out the possibility that his experiences led to genuine spiritual searching, that years of imprisonment gave him time to reconsider his beliefs and find new meaning in Catholic Christianity. The sources don't give us access to his inner life, only to his external actions. The second transformation was matrimonial. Vlad married a member of the Hungarian royal family, specifically a cousin of King Matthias named Ilona Szilágyi. This marriage was almost certainly arranged by Matthias as part of the process of rehabilitating Vlad and preparing him for eventual return to political life. By marrying into the Hungarian royal family, Vlad became bound to Hungarian interests in ways that transcended ordinary alliance. His wife's relatives would be invested in his success, and any betrayal of Hungary would also be a betrayal of his own family. The marriage served as a guarantee of good behaviour, a hostage arrangement of a different kind. Ilona Szilágyi was apparently younger than Vlad, though the exact age difference is unclear. She bore him at least 2 sons during their marriage, providing the heirs that any prince needed to secure his dynasty's future. Little is known about her personally, since medieval sources rarely bothered to record the perspectives of women, even royal ones. She seems to have accompanied Vlad when he eventually returned to Wallachia, and she may have survived him, though her ultimate fate is obscure. Like so many women in history, she appears in the record primarily as a function of her husband's story, rather than as an individual in her own right. The comparison between Vlad's Ottoman and Hungarian captivities reveals interesting parallels and differences. Both involved years of confinement in foreign courts, dependent on the goodwill of rulers who had their own agendas. Both required cultural adaptation, learning to navigate social environments different from his native Wallachia. Both ended with his release to pursue political goals that his captors hoped to exploit. But the Ottoman captivity shaped a young boy who emerged as a hardened enemy of his captors. The Hungarian captivity shaped a mature man who emerged as something more complicated, someone who had learned to work within systems he might have preferred to destroy. The years of imprisonment also provided Vlad with time to observe how a sophisticated European kingdom operated. Hungary under Matthias Corvinus was considerably more developed than Wallachia, with more elaborate government institutions, more advanced cultural life, and more complex economic structures. Vlad would have had opportunities to observe Hungarian administration, military organization, and diplomatic practice at close range. Whether he learned anything useful from this observation, anything that he might have applied if he'd lived longer and had more time to implement reforms, we can't know. His third reign was too short and too chaotic to reveal what lessons he might have absorbed during his Hungarian years. The irony of Vlad's situation during this period reaches almost absurd proportions when you step back and consider the full picture. Here was a man who had dedicated his life to fighting the Ottomans, who had sacrificed his country and his people in that fight, who had pioneered new forms of warfare specifically to resist Turkish expansion. And his reward was imprisonment by the very Christian powers he was supposedly defending, while his Ottoman allied brother sat on the throne he had fought so hard to protect. The crusading ideology that had motivated Vlad, the sacred mission inherited from his father's membership in the Order of the Dragon, seemed to have no relationship to the actual behavior of Christian rulers. They were perfectly happy to let him rot in prison while making deals with the Ottomans that served their immediate interests. The broader European context of Vlad's imprisonment helps explain, if not justify, what happened to him. The 1460s and 1470s were a period of complex diplomatic maneuvering among the Christian powers, with various kingdoms jockeying for position and frequently making accommodations with the Ottomans when it suited their purposes. The grand crusading alliance that Vlad's rhetoric implied simply didn't exist in practice. Each Christian ruler pursued his own interests, and those interests rarely aligned with actually fighting a sustained war against the Ottoman Empire. Vlad's uncompromising resistance to the Turks was admirable in theory, but inconvenient in practice, and inconvenient people tend to find themselves in prison. The question of what Vlad did during his 12 years of captivity, beyond converting to Catholicism and getting married, is largely unanswerable. The sources simply don't tell us how he spent his days, what he thought about, or how he maintained his sanity through years of confinement. Some accounts suggest he continued his habit of impalement even in prison, supposedly catching rats and mice and impaling them on tiny stakes as a way of maintaining his skills. This story is probably apocryphal, more concerned with establishing Vlad's character than with recording actual events, but it captures something true about the challenge of his situation. How does someone whose entire identity is based on action, on violence, on the exercise of power, cope with years of enforced passivity? The political developments in Wallachia during Vlad's imprisonment must have been painful for him to observe from afar. His brother Radu ruled as an Ottoman vassal until his death around 1475, maintaining the peace and stability that Vlad's resistance had prevented. Other princes followed, various members of the Wallachian nobility who secured Ottoman support and tried to navigate the same impossible circumstances that had bedeviled every previous ruler. The country that Vlad had devastated in his attempt to save it struggled to recover, its population depleted, its economy ruined, its political stability as precarious as ever. Whether Vlad felt any responsibility for this situation, any regret for the destruction he had caused, the sources don't tell us. The rehabilitation of Vlad in Hungarian eyes was a gradual process that took most of the 12 years of his captivity. Matthias needed to be convinced that Vlad could be trusted, that he would serve Hungarian interests rather than simply resuming his independent and potentially dangerous policies. Vlad, for his part, needed to demonstrate loyalty to Hungary without completely abandoning his own ambitions. This dance of mutual manipulation probably consumed considerable energy on both sides, with Vlad slowly earning privileges and freedoms, while Matthias slowly gained confidence in his reliability. The final release of Vlad from captivity and his return to active politics came in the mid-1470s, when the political situation had evolved to the point where a more aggressive Wallachian policy seemed advantageous to Hungary. Radu was dead, Ottoman pressure on Hungary was increasing, and Matthias apparently concluded that having a proven warrior on the Wallachian throne might be useful after all. Vlad emerged from captivity older, probably somewhat diminished in health and vigour, but still apparently capable of military command. He would get one more chance to rule his country, one more opportunity to prove that his methods could work. That final chapter of his life deserves its own treatment, but before we get there, let's pause to reflect on the significance of what we've covered. The 12 years of Hungarian captivity transformed Vlad from a notorious rebel prince into something more domesticated, more integrated into the European power structure. He was still the Impaler, still remembered for his horrific methods, but he was now also a Catholic nobleman with a Hungarian royal wife and connections to the Hungarian court. This transformation represented a kind of surrender, an acknowledgement that the independent resistance he had championed was not sustainable, and that accommodation with the existing power structure was necessary for survival. The young firebrand who had learned to hate during Ottoman captivity had become a middle-aged pragmatist who had learned to compromise during Hungarian captivity. Whether this transformation represented maturity, defeat, or simply adaptation to circumstances is a matter of interpretation. Vlad had always been pragmatic beneath his ideological exterior, always willing to do whatever was necessary for survival. The Hungarian years simply extended this pragmatism into new domains, teaching him that submission to Christian overlords was sometimes necessary, just as submission to Ottoman overlords was sometimes necessary. The proud dragon's son had learned humility, or at least the appearance of humility, and that learning would shape his final return to power. The disease warfare and the Hungarian imprisonment together reveal the full complexity of Vlad's career and character. He was someone willing to use any weapon, however terrible, against his enemies, but he was also someone who could adapt and survive in circumstances that destroyed lesser men. He was a monster and a victim, a warrior and a prisoner, a zealot and a pragmatist. The contradictions that run through his story reflect the contradictions of his era, a time when religion and realpolitik coexisted uncomfortably, when Christian solidarity meant little in practice, despite meaning everything in rhetoric, and when survival required moral flexibility that modern observers might find troubling. As we approach the end of Vlad's story, with his third reign and death still ahead of us, we carry with us the accumulated weight of everything we've learned about this strange and disturbing figure. He was not a simple villain, though he did villainous things. He was not a simple hero, though he showed remarkable courage and resilience. He was a product of his time, shaped by forces beyond his control, making choices within constraints that left few good options. Understanding him requires understanding all of these dimensions: the Impaler and the prisoner, the biological warrior and the Hungarian captive, the dragon's son who could never quite escape the shadows that had formed him. The medical knowledge of the 15th century, such as it was, makes the biological warfare tactics even more remarkable. People didn't understand germ theory, didn't know that microscopic organisms caused infectious diseases. They believed in miasmas, in bad air, in humoral imbalances and divine punishment as explanations for illness. Yet despite this theoretical confusion, practical observation had taught them that diseases could spread from person to person, that proximity to the sick increased your chances of becoming sick yourself. Vlad didn't need to understand why his biological weapons worked. He only needed to know that they did work, and the empirical evidence was clear enough. The quarantine practices of the medieval world reflected this practical understanding, even in the absence of theoretical knowledge. Ships arriving at ports were often required to wait offshore for 40 days before passengers could disembark, a practice that gave us the word quarantine, from the Italian quaranta giorni, meaning 40 days. Lepers were segregated into colonies, the sick were isolated from the healthy, and corpses were handled with caution even if the reasons were attributed to spiritual contamination rather than microbial infection. Vlad was essentially weaponizing practices that were normally defensive, using the same knowledge that protected communities to destroy enemy armies. The Ottoman response to the disease outbreaks in their army, whatever those responses actually were, would have been limited by the same lack of medical understanding. Turkish military medicine was actually quite advanced by medieval standards, with skilled physicians, organised medical services, and attention to camp hygiene that exceeded what most European armies could manage. But even the best 15th century medicine couldn't effectively treat plague, leprosy, or tuberculosis. The Ottomans could isolate the sick, could bury the dead, could try to maintain sanitation, but they couldn't cure the underlying diseases or prevent their spread among soldiers already weakened by the stresses of campaigning. The long-term consequences of the biological warfare, if it actually occurred as described, are impossible to trace. Diseases don't respect battle lines, and infections introduced into the Ottoman army might well have spread to civilian populations throughout the Balkans, as soldiers returned home, or as displaced persons carried contagions across borders. The plague outbreaks that periodically swept through the region during this period could have been influenced, accelerated, or redirected by Vlad's tactics in ways that affected thousands of people who had nothing to do with a military conflict. This is one of the great moral hazards of biological warfare. Its effects are inherently uncontrollable, potentially spreading far beyond intended targets. The comparison with siege warfare is instructive. Medieval armies regularly catapulted diseased corpses, dead animals, and other sources of contamination over city walls during sieges, hoping to sicken defenders and force surrender. The siege of Kaffa in 1346, when Mongol armies reportedly catapulted plague-infected corpses into the Genoese trading post, is often cited as one of the vectors through which the Black Death entered Europe. Vlad's biological warfare was not conceptually different from these established practices, just applied in a different tactical context. Instead of throwing diseased bodies into a besieged city, he sent diseased people out to mingle with an invading army. The principle was the same. The ethical frameworks available to Vlad for evaluating his actions would have been quite different from ours. Christian just war theory, as it existed in the 15th century, focused primarily on the legitimacy of the cause and the authority of the prince declaring war rather than on the specific methods employed. Fighting to defend Christianity against Islamic invasion was unquestionably a just cause by these standards. The methods used in pursuit of that cause were secondary considerations, and there was no consensus that any particular method was inherently illegitimate. Individual churchmen might object to particular atrocities, but there was no systematic framework for evaluating military tactics on humanitarian grounds. The Hungarian captivity raises its own set of ethical and political questions. Was Matthias justified in imprisoning an ally without trial? By modern standards, certainly not, but medieval standards were different. Rulers routinely imprisoned people who might be dangerous, held hostages to ensure compliance with agreements, and kept potential rivals in custody indefinitely without any formal legal process. Matthias was acting within the norms of his time, even if those norms strike us as arbitrary and unjust. The concept of rights that could not be suspended by royal authority simply didn't exist in any meaningful form. The forged letters that supposedly justified Vlad's imprisonment deserve more attention. If they were indeed forgeries, as most historians believe, they represent a sophisticated disinformation campaign designed to achieve political objectives through deception. Matthias or his agents would have needed to create documents that appeared authentic, that contained details plausible enough to be believed, and that provided sufficient justification for the desired action. This kind of documentary forgery was common in medieval politics, where written records carried enormous weight, and the ability to produce convincing fakes could translate into significant power. Vlad may have been brought down not by military defeat but by clever paperwork. The marriage to Ilona Szilágyi represents an interesting example of how political alliances were cemented in the medieval world. Royal marriages were diplomatic instruments, creating connections between families and kingdoms that transcended mere treaties. By marrying into the Hungarian royal family, Vlad became literally related to the people holding him captive, transforming his relationship from prisoner-captor to something more like family. This didn't eliminate the power imbalance, but it did change its character, making his eventual release and rehabilitation more natural than it would have been for an ordinary political prisoner. The children born from this marriage connected Vlad to the future in ways his previous relationships had not. His earlier offspring from relationships before the Hungarian captivity were either dead or so obscure that they left no historical trace. But his sons by Ilona Szilágyi carried his bloodline forward, providing the possibility that his dynasty might continue even if he himself died. This investment in the future through children was standard for medieval nobility, the primary way that princes ensured their legacy would outlast their mortal lives. Vlad, approaching middle age in a dangerous profession, would have been keenly aware of the need for heirs. The transformation in Vlad's public image during the Hungarian years is worth noting. When he entered captivity, he was the terrifying Impaler, the monster who built forests of corpses and dined among the dying. When he emerged, he was still that figure in memory, but he was also a Catholic nobleman with a royal wife and apparent reconciliation with the European power structure. This softening of his image, however superficial it might have been, was necessary for his political rehabilitation. No one would support returning an unconstrained madman to the Wallachian throne. But a reformed character, baptized into the true faith and married into the royal family, might be worth taking a chance on. The strategic situation that eventually prompted Vlad's release had evolved significantly during his imprisonment. Ottoman pressure on Hungary had increased, with Turkish raids becoming more frequent and more threatening. The succession situation in Wallachia had become chaotic, with various princes coming and going in rapid succession, none able to establish stable control. Matthias apparently concluded that the devil he knew, Vlad, might be preferable to the chaos of the devil he didn't know. A strong Wallachian prince who owed his position to Hungary would serve Hungarian interests better than the unstable situation that currently prevailed. The preparations for Vlad's return to power involved military support from Hungary, coordination with other anti-Ottoman forces in the region, and diplomatic manoeuvring to ensure that his return would be seen as legitimate rather than as mere foreign imposition. Matthias couldn't simply release Vlad and wish him luck. He needed to provide resources that would give Vlad a realistic chance of success, which meant committing Hungarian assets to a Wallachian adventure. This was a significant investment, and it suggests that Matthias had genuinely come to see Vlad as useful, rather than merely as a threat to be contained. The Vlad who emerged from Hungarian captivity to reclaim his throne was not the same person who had entered it 12 years earlier. He was older, probably in his mid-40s, an advanced age by medieval standards. He had spent years away from the military campaigns and political intrigues that had previously defined his life. He had adapted to a different environment, learned to operate within Hungarian constraints, and perhaps lost some of the fierce independence that had characterized his earlier career. Whether these changes made him wiser or merely weaker is something we'll explore in the next chapter, as we follow his final return to Wallachia and his ultimate fate. The symmetry between Vlad's two captivities, Ottoman and Hungarian, is one of the striking patterns of his life. Both lasted roughly 6 years or more. Both required cultural adaptation to foreign environments. Both ended with his release to pursue political goals defined largely by his captors. But where the Ottoman captivity forged a young man's hatred and determination, the Hungarian captivity seemed to temper a mature man's extremism into something more manageable. The Dragon's Son had been captured twice, and twice had emerged transformed, though in different ways each time. What remained constant was his ability to survive, to adapt, and to wait for opportunities that others might have despaired of ever seeing. After 12 years of Hungarian captivity, Vlad III finally got his chance to reclaim the throne that had been taken from him. The year was 1476, and the political situation in the region had shifted enough that both Hungary and Moldavia saw value in reinstalling the infamous Impaler as Prince of Wallachia. It must have felt like a triumph, a vindication of years of patient waiting and careful rehabilitation. Vlad was going home, and this time he would show everyone what he could do with proper backing from powerful allies. Unfortunately, as with so many things in Vlad's life, reality would prove considerably less cooperative than hope. The campaign to restore Vlad began in the summer of 1476, with a combined force of Hungarian and Moldavian troops supplementing whatever Wallachian loyalists Vlad could still muster. The Moldavian contribution was particularly significant, led by Stephen the Great, Vlad's cousin and one of the more capable rulers of the region. Stephen had his own reasons for wanting a friendly prince in Wallachia, primarily the creation of a buffer against Ottoman expansion that might otherwise threaten his own territories. The family connection between Stephen and Vlad added a personal dimension to what was primarily a strategic calculation. The two men had known each other since childhood and had maintained contact during Vlad's imprisonment. Now they would cooperate in an attempt to reshape the political landscape of the Balkans. The actual reconquest of Wallachia was remarkably easy, almost anticlimactic given everything that had come before. The reigning prince, Basarab Lajota, had little popular support and even less military capability. When the combined Hungarian, Moldavian, Wallachian force approached, Basarab's nominal allies melted away, and he fled without offering battle. Vlad entered Târgoviște in triumph, reclaiming the throne he had lost 14 years earlier. For a brief moment it must have seemed like the old days were returning, like the dragon's son was once again master of his domain. The celebrations, such as they were in war-torn Wallachia, probably didn't last long. There was too much work to do, and too little time to do it. The problem became apparent almost immediately. The Hungarian and Moldavian forces that had escorted Vlad to his throne didn't stay to defend it. They had their own concerns, their own territories to protect, their own wars to fight. Stephen the Great needed his army back in Moldavia to deal with ongoing Ottoman pressure on his borders. The Hungarian contingent similarly withdrew, leaving Vlad with whatever forces he could raise locally. After years of chaos, multiple changes of prince, and the general exhaustion of the Wallachian population, those local forces were not impressive. Vlad found himself prince again, but prince of a country that could barely field an army. The numbers that various sources cite for Vlad's final military force range from about 2,000 to 4,000 men, depending on who's counting and what they're counting. Even the higher figure represents a pathetically small army for defending a country against Ottoman retaliation, which everyone knew was coming. The Ottomans were not going to accept Vlad's return passively. He had caused them too much trouble during his previous reign, had killed too many of their soldiers, had challenged their authority too openly. Sultan Mehmed II, still smarting from the humiliation of the 1462 campaign, would certainly respond to this provocation. The only question was when and with how much force. The response came quickly. Ottoman forces, possibly including contingents loyal to Basarab Lajota who wanted his throne back, moved into Wallachia in late 1476. The exact composition and size of this force is disputed, but it was certainly larger than anything Vlad could field. Estimates suggest somewhere around 4,000 to 12,000 Ottoman and Allied troops, though as always with medieval army sizes, these figures should be taken with considerable salt. What's clear is that Vlad was significantly outnumbered and couldn't expect reinforcements from his erstwhile allies. He was on his own, defending his newly reclaimed throne with inadequate resources against enemies who had every reason to want him dead. The final battle, or battles, that ended Vlad's life occurred sometime in late December 1476 or very early January 1477. The exact circumstances are unclear because, frankly, nobody who survived was particularly interested in providing detailed accounts. What we know is that Vlad died fighting, probably in or near a battle with Ottoman forces, and that his body was treated with the disrespect reserved for particularly hated enemies. Beyond these basic facts, almost everything is disputed, speculated, or simply unknown. One account suggests that Vlad was killed by his own men, boyars or soldiers, who decided that switching sides to the Ottomans offered better survival prospects than continuing to fight a losing battle. This wouldn't be surprising given Wallachian political culture, where changing allegiances was practically a national sport. Vlad had spent years impaling boyars who he suspected of disloyalty, and now those chickens might have come home to roost. The survivors of his purges, or their relatives, had every reason to want revenge and every opportunity to obtain it during the chaos of battle. A knife in the back, a friendly arrow, a convenient failure to provide support at a critical moment, any of these could have achieved what the Ottomans had failed to accomplish in direct combat. Another account suggests that Vlad died heroically in battle, fighting to the last against overwhelming odds, finally meeting the death he had cheated so many times before. This version is more flattering to his memory and fits better with the warrior image he cultivated throughout his life. Vlad had never been someone who avoided danger, and it would be entirely in character for him to have died sword in hand rather than fleeing or surrendering. The problem is that heroic deaths make for better stories than sordid betrayals, and the sources may have improved the narrative for their own purposes. A third account suggests something in between. Vlad was cut off from his main force during the confusion of battle, surrounded by enemies, and killed before anyone could come to his aid. This version allows for both heroism and tragedy, without requiring either systematic betrayal or impossible last stands. The fog of war is real, and medieval battles were chaotic affairs where commanders could easily find themselves in fatal situations through simple bad luck rather than anyone's particular malice. What we know for certain is that Vlad died and that his enemies wanted proof. The Ottomans reportedly cut off his head and sent it to Constantinople, where it was displayed as a trophy of their victory. The head was supposedly preserved in honey for the journey, a standard method for preventing decay during transport of such gruesome souvenirs. Sultan Mehmed II, who had personal reasons to celebrate Vlad's death, apparently had the head mounted on a stake and displayed publicly, giving the impaler a taste of his own medicine in a final ironic gesture. The man who had built forests of impaled bodies now had his own head exhibited for the entertainment of his enemies. The body of Vlad, separated from its head, was never definitively recovered. Tradition holds that he was buried at the Snagov Monastery, the island religious community he had supported during his lifetime. Archaeological excavations at Snagov in the 20th century found a grave in the location where Vlad was supposedly interred, but the grave was either empty or contained remains that couldn't be positively identified as his. Some researchers have suggested that the grave was robbed or that Vlad was buried elsewhere. Others have proposed that he was never buried at all, his headless body left on the battlefield or disposed of by enemies who had no interest in giving him a proper Christian burial. The mystery surrounding Vlad's final resting place has, unsurprisingly, contributed to his legend. A man whose body cannot be found is a man who might not really be dead, and this ambiguity feeds into the vampire mythology that would later attach itself to his name. The historical reality is probably mundane. Bodies disappear in wars all the time, medieval record-keeping was imperfect, and 5 centuries is a long time for any burial site to remain undisturbed. But the mystery remains, adding one more layer of uncertainty to a life that was already shrouded in propaganda and myth. The 47 days of Vlad's third reign, from his triumphant return in November 1476 to his death in late December or early January, represent one of the shortest tenures in Wallachian history. It's tempting to view this brief period as a tragic coda to a dramatic life, the final failure of a man who never quite managed to achieve the security he sought. But it's also possible to see it differently, as one more example of Vlad's refusal to accept defeat, his willingness to keep fighting even when the odds were hopeless. He could have remained in Hungary, living comfortably as a minor nobleman with a royal wife and a quiet life. Instead, he chose to risk everything for one more chance at the throne he considered his birthright. That choice killed him, but it was consistent with everything we know about his character. The immediate aftermath of Vlad's death saw the usual Wallachian political chaos. Basara Blayota returned to the throne briefly, only to be replaced by yet another prince in the endless game of musical chairs that characterized Wallachian succession. The country that Vlad had fought so hard to defend continued to exist as an Ottoman vassal state, paying tribute and providing military support when required, its independence increasingly nominal as the centuries progressed. None of his immediate successors matched his combination of military skill and political ruthlessness, and Wallachia never again mounted the kind of challenge to Ottoman authority that had made Vlad famous. The legacy of Vlad III in the immediate aftermath of his death was mixed. Among the Ottomans, he was remembered as a dangerous rebel who had caused enormous trouble and deserved his fate. Among the Hungarians, he was a useful ally who had served his purpose and whose death simplified regional politics. Among the Wallachians themselves, opinions were divided. The boyars whom he had terrorized probably celebrated his demise, while the common people who remembered his harsh but effective justice may have mourned a protector. The German pamphlets continued to circulate, keeping his reputation for cruelty alive throughout Western Europe, ensuring that his name remained associated with horror, even as the specific details of his career faded from memory. Now let's talk about how a 15th century Wallachian prince became a 19th century vampire, because this transformation is one of the strangest and most consequential in literary history. The connection between Vlad the Impaler and Count Dracula the vampire is both more tenuous and more significant than most people realize. Bram Stoker didn't simply fictionalize a historical figure. He created something new, something that borrowed elements from history but assembled them into a creature that would have been unrecognizable to anyone who actually knew the real Vlad. Bram Stoker was an Irish writer working in London in the late 19th century, managing a theatre and writing fiction on the side. His most famous work, Dracula, published in 1897, was not his first novel, but became by far his most successful, spawning a literary and cinematic legacy that continues to this day. The novel tells the story of Count Dracula, a Transylvanian nobleman who is actually an ancient vampire, his attempt to relocate from his remote castle to England, and the group of heroes who ultimately destroy him. It's a classic Victorian Gothic novel, combining supernatural horror with anxieties about sexuality, immigration, and the clash between modern science and ancient evil. Stoker's research process for the novel has been extensively studied by scholars trying to understand how he arrived at his creation. We know that he spent years gathering material, reading books about Transylvania and Romanian folklore, taking notes on vampire legends from various cultures, and assembling the details that would make his fictional world convincing. Among the sources he consulted was a book by William Wilkinson called An Account of the Principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia, published in 1820, which contained references to a Wallachian prince called Dracula. This appears to be where Stoker first encountered the name that would become synonymous with vampires. The crucial point is that Stoker apparently knew very little about the historical Vlad III beyond the name and some vague associations with cruelty. Wilkinson's book mentioned that Dracula meant devil in Wallachian, which isn't quite accurate but was close enough to give Stoker the sinister connotation he wanted. The book also mentioned that this Dracula had a reputation for cruelty and had fought against the Turks. Beyond these bare facts, Stoker seems to have invented freely, creating a character who shared a name with the historical figure but little else. The Count Dracula of Stoker's novel is a Transylvanian, not a Wallachian, which already represents a geographical confusion. He lives in a remote castle in the Carpathian Mountains, far from the relatively flat terrain of historical Wallachia. He is centuries old, having lived since at least the 15th century, which would make him contemporary with the historical Vlad. But there's no suggestion in the novel that he actually was Vlad in any direct sense. The Count mentions having fought against the Turks and belonging to a proud warrior family, but these vague references could apply to almost any Eastern European nobleman of the relevant period. Stoker created a vampire who happened to be named Dracula, not a vampire version of the historical Dracula. The conflation of the fictional vampire with the historical impaler happened gradually over the 20th century, as readers and filmmakers sought to give Count Dracula a more substantial backstory. The 1931 Bela Lugosi film, which established the visual iconography of Dracula for generations, made no explicit connection to Vlad III. But later adaptations increasingly drew on the historical record, either to add depth to the vampire character or simply because the real history was dramatic enough to enhance any fiction. By the time Francis Ford Coppola's 1992 film explicitly showed Vlad becoming a vampire after his wife's suicide, the merger was essentially complete in popular imagination. This merger has had interesting effects on how both the historical and fictional figures are understood. The real Vlad has become impossible to discuss without addressing the vampire legend, which overshadows everything else about his life. Students who learn about him inevitably want to know about the Dracula connection, and teachers must constantly explain that the historical figure was not actually undead. Meanwhile, the fictional Count Dracula has acquired a pseudo-historical gravitas that Stoker never intended, with readers assuming that the vampire legend represents some kind of transformation or distortion of real events. Both figures have been changed by their association, neither quite the same as it was before the connection was made. The vampire folklore that Stoker drew upon predated his novel by centuries and had no original connection to Vlad III. Beliefs about the undead, about corpses that rose from graves to drink the blood of the living, were common throughout Eastern Europe and beyond. Romania had its own vampire traditions, though the creatures were called strigoi rather than vampiri. These folkloric vampires were typically recently dead peasants who returned to trouble their own families, not ancient noblemen with castles and sophisticated manners. Stoker took elements from various vampire traditions, combined them with Gothic novel conventions, and created a literary vampire that was quite different from the folkloric originals. The question of why Vlad specifically became associated with vampires, rather than any of the other cruel rulers who might have served equally well, probably comes down to the name. Dracula sounds sinister in a way that other medieval names do not, at least to English-speaking ears. The association with dragon, and the false etymology connecting it to devil, gave the name connotations that made it perfect for a vampire count. If Vlad had been named something more ordinary, like John or Peter, Stoker probably would have invented a different name for his vampire, and the connection to the historical figure would never have been made. The transformation of Vlad from historical figure to pop culture icon accelerated dramatically in the 20th century, with each new adaptation adding layers to the myth while obscuring the history further. The 1922 silent film Nosferatu, though not officially a Dracula adaptation due to copyright issues, established visual conventions that would influence all subsequent vampire films. The 1931 Universal picture with Bela Lugosi created the image of Dracula as a sophisticated, aristocratic seducer that persists to this day. Christopher Lee's Hammer horror films added explicit violence and sexuality. Each iteration moved further from anything the historical Vlad would have recognized while simultaneously claiming his name and reputation. The Romanian perspective on this cultural appropriation is complex and worth considering. For Romanians, Vlad III is a national hero, a symbol of resistance against foreign domination, not a monster or a vampire. The Western obsession with Dracula as a horror figure has always been somewhat offensive to Romanian sensibilities, reducing a significant historical figure to a Halloween costume. At the same time, Romania has learned to profit from Dracula tourism, with Bran Castle marketed as Dracula's castle, despite having only the most tenuous connection to the historical Vlad. The economic benefits of the legend coexist uneasily with the cultural resentment it generates. The scholarly effort to separate the historical Vlad from the fictional Dracula has been ongoing for decades, with historians producing careful studies that attempt to establish what we actually know about the 15th century prince versus what has been invented by novelists and filmmakers. This effort has been only partially successful. Academic works can correct the record for those who read them, but they can't compete with the cultural reach of movies, television shows, and popular novels. For every person who reads a scholarly biography of Vlad III, thousands more watch a Dracula film or read a vampire novel. The myth continues to grow, while the history remains confined to specialists. The question that underlies all of this is whether the historical Vlad was a villain, a hero, or simply a man of his times. The answer depends largely on whose perspective you adopt and what values you bring to the evaluation. From the perspective of Ottoman soldiers and their families, Vlad was unquestionably a villain, a mass murderer who killed their loved ones in horrific ways. From the perspective of Wallachian peasants who benefited from his protection, he might have been a hero, a stern but just ruler who kept them safe from both foreign invaders and domestic predators. From the perspective of modern human rights standards, he was a war criminal whose methods cannot be justified regardless of his goals. The most honest assessment probably lies somewhere in the complexity that resists simple categories. Vlad was a product of an extraordinarily violent time and place, shaped by experiences that would have broken most people. He employed methods that were extreme even by the standards of his era, but those methods were not unprecedented, and they were directed at goals that his contemporaries could understand, even if they were horrified by the means. He was cruel, certainly, but cruelty was a standard tool of governance in the 15th century. He was also brave, resourceful, and genuinely committed to defending his country against overwhelming odds. He combined qualities that we would like to separate into distinct moral categories, but that coexisted in a single complicated person. The vampire legend, ironically, may capture something true about Vlad that the historical record struggles to convey. Vampires are creatures of the night, of fear, of the boundary between life and death. They are simultaneously attractive and repulsive, powerful and cursed. They persist through centuries, never quite dying, always returning. In some ways, this describes Vlad's legacy better than any straightforward historical account could. He has persisted through 5 centuries in memory and imagination, never quite dying, always returning in new forms. The terror he inspired outlasted his physical life, continuing to haunt the cultural imagination long after anyone who actually knew him had passed away. The modern fascination with Vlad, whether as historical figure or vampire legend, probably reflects our own ambivalence about violence, power, and morality. We're drawn to figures who transgress normal limits, who do things we would never do but secretly wonder about. Vlad's willingness to employ extreme measures, his apparent lack of guilt or hesitation, his total commitment to his goals regardless of cost, these qualities both repel and attract us. In a world of moral complexity and unclear choices, there's something almost refreshing about someone who knew exactly what he wanted and pursued it without apology. We don't admire him exactly, but we can't look away either. The endurance of Vlad's story across 5 centuries and countless retellings suggests that it touches something universal in human experience. The struggle for survival against overwhelming odds, the costs of maintaining power, the question of how far one should go in pursuit of necessary goals, these themes resonate regardless of the specific historical context. Vlad's life poses questions that every generation must answer for itself. What would you do to protect what you love? What lines would you refuse to cross? What price is too high for survival? The answers may vary, but the questions remain relevant. As we reach the end of our journey through Vlad's life and legend, let's take a moment to appreciate the full arc of what we've covered. We began with a boy born into a violent world, marked from birth by his father's membership in the Order of the Dragon. We followed him through years of Ottoman captivity that forged his hatred and taught him the methods he would later employ. We watched him struggle for power in Wallachia, employing terror on a scale that shocked even his brutal contemporaries. We saw him fight a brilliant guerrilla campaign against the Ottoman Empire, nearly killing the Sultan himself in a daring night attack. We traced his fall, his 12 years of Hungarian imprisonment, and his brief final return to power. And we explored how history transformed into legend, how a 15th century prince became a 19th century vampire and a 21st century pop culture icon. The real Vlad III, the person behind all the legends and propaganda, remains partially obscured despite our best efforts to understand him. The sources are too biased, too fragmentary, too contradictory to give us a complete picture. But we can see enough to recognize a remarkable individual, someone who refused to accept the limitations that his circumstances seemed to impose, who fought against impossible odds, who made choices that still provoke debate 5 centuries later. Whether we judge him as monster or hero, we cannot ignore him. He demands attention, requires engagement, refuses to be forgotten. The dragon's son lived a life that defied easy categorization, and his death only added to the mystery. Somewhere in the forests of Wallachia, or perhaps beneath the stones of Snagov Monastery, or perhaps nowhere at all, lie the remains of Vlad III Dracula, the Impaler, the historical figure who became a legend. He left behind a country that would continue to struggle for independence, a reputation that would grow with each retelling, and a name that would become one of the most famous in all of horror fiction. Not bad for a prince of a small Balkan principality that most people have never heard of. The story we've told tonight is one of violence and survival, of cruelty and courage, of a man who was both hero and monster depending on who was looking and why. It's a story that has been told many times before and will be told many times again, each retelling adding new layers while obscuring others. The Vlad who emerges from our account is different from the Vlad of the German pamphlets, different from the Vlad of Romanian nationalism, different from the Dracula of Bram Stoker and his countless successors. But perhaps that's appropriate for a figure who was always more legend than fact, whose real life was buried under mythology almost before it ended. If there's a lesson in Vlad's story, it might be about the complexity of historical judgment, the difficulty of separating heroes from villains when examining real human beings in extreme circumstances. Or it might be about the power of terror as a political tool, its effectiveness in the short term and its limitations in the long. Or it might simply be about the human capacity for both extraordinary cruelty and extraordinary resilience, qualities that often exist in the same person. Whatever lesson you take from it, the story itself remains compelling, disturbing, and ultimately impossible to forget. The night is drawing to a close, and so is our exploration of one of history's most controversial figures. We've travelled from the Balkans of the 15th century to the popular culture of the 21st, from a world of empires and crusades to a world of movies and novels. We've tried to find the real person beneath the layers of myth, knowing that we could never fully succeed but hoping to get closer than the simple caricatures allow. Whether you now think of Vlad as a tragic hero, a necessary villain, or simply a product of an impossibly violent age, I hope you've gained some appreciation for the complexity of his story and the challenges of understanding the past. The dragon's son has been dead for more than 500 years, but his legend lives on, transformed beyond anything he could have imagined, carrying his name into a future he never saw. The Impaler became a vampire, the warlord became a monster, and history became horror. It's a strange fate for a man who probably just wanted to rule his country in peace. But then again, Vlad never got what he wanted in life. Why should death be any different? And on that note, it's time to let the darkness settle in and allow sleep to find you. The story is told, The dragon has been laid to rest, and the long night of history has given way to whatever dreams may come. Thank you for joining me on this journey through blood and legend, through fact and fiction, through the life of a man who refused to be forgotten. Wherever you are in the world, whatever time zone finds you listening to these words, I wish you peaceful rest and pleasant dreams. Good night, night owls, and sleep well. The Impaler won't trouble you tonight. He's been dead for centuries, no matter what the legends say. Sweet dreams. The cultural impact of the Dracula legend on tourism deserves a brief mention as we wind down. Romania today welcomes hundreds of thousands of visitors annually who come seeking some connection to the vampire myth, even though that myth has virtually nothing to do with Romanian history or culture. Bran Castle, perched dramatically in the Carpathian Mountains, has become the unofficial Dracula's castle, despite the fact that Vlad probably never set foot there, or at most passed through briefly. The castle's connection to the legend is entirely a 20th century invention, but it has become one of Romania's most popular tourist attractions nonetheless. The real fortresses associated with Vlad, particularly Pânari Castle where he actually lived, and from which, according to legend, his first wife threw herself to escape capture by the Ottomans, receive far fewer visitors. Pânari is remote, requiring a climb of over 1,400 steps to reach, and lacks the Gothic atmosphere that tourists expect from a Dracula site. The gap between historical reality and tourist expectation has created a peculiar situation where the genuine historical sites are neglected while invented connections flourish. This is perhaps a fitting metaphor for the entire Dracula phenomenon. The legend has become more real than the history, more visited, more remembered, more culturally significant. The influence of the Dracula character on vampire fiction more broadly cannot be overstated. Before Stoker's novel, vampires in folklore and literature were typically monstrous, repulsive creatures, more like animated corpses than seductive aristocrats. Stoker created the template for the vampire as a sophisticated, urbane figure, dangerous but attractive, ancient but adaptable to modern settings. This template has been endlessly reworked in subsequent fiction, from Anne Rice's romantic vampires to the brooding heartthrobs of Twilight, to the various television series that have made vampires a staple of popular entertainment. All of this traces back to Stoker's Count, who in turn borrowed his name from a Wallachian prince who died centuries before the novel was written. The academic study of Vlad III has become increasingly sophisticated in recent decades, with historians applying modern analytical methods to the fragmentary sources and producing more nuanced accounts than the simple hero or villain narratives of earlier generations. The challenge remains separating propaganda from fact, but scholars have made significant progress in understanding the political, economic and military context that shaped Vlad's career. We now know more about the Byzantine decline, Ottoman expansion, Hungarian intervention, and regional dynamics that created the impossible situation Vlad faced. This contextual understanding doesn't excuse his methods, but it does make them more comprehensible. The psychological analysis of Vlad has also evolved, with modern scholars applying concepts from trauma studies, personality psychology, and political science to understand how his experiences might have shaped his behavior. The childhood captivity, the loss of family members to violence, the constant threat of betrayal and assassination, all of these would leave marks on anyone's psyche. Whether Vlad suffered from what we would now call post-traumatic stress disorder, or whether he simply adapted rationally to a dangerous environment, his psychology remains a subject of legitimate scholarly inquiry. The monster of legend may have been, in reality, a deeply damaged human being doing the best he could with the tools he had. The comparison of Vlad with other rulers of his era helps put his methods in perspective without excusing them. Louis I of France, known as the universal spider for his cunning, employed extensive networks of informants, political assassinations and cruel punishments. Edward IV of England executed his own brother and prosecuted brutal civil wars against fellow nobles. The Ottoman sultans themselves practiced fratricide as official policy, with each new sultan executing his brothers to prevent succession disputes. The 15th century was not a gentle time anywhere, and rulers who failed to employ harsh methods generally didn't remain rulers for very long. Vlad's impalement was more theatrical than the methods others used, but the underlying willingness to kill for political purposes was universal among successful medieval rulers. The religious dimension of Vlad's legacy has different meanings for different communities. For Orthodox Christians, particularly in Romania, he remains a defender of the faith who sacrificed everything to prevent Islamic conquest. This religious significance has sometimes been appropriated by nationalist movements with less savoury agendas, using Vlad as a symbol of Christian European resistance to immigration and cultural change. The historical Vlad, who converted to Catholicism during his Hungarian captivity, and whose religious convictions seem to have been more instrumental than deeply felt, would probably have found these modern appropriations confusing at best. The artistic representations of Vlad over the centuries provide a fascinating study in how historical figures are reimagined to serve contemporary purposes. The 15th century German woodcuts portrayed him as a grotesque monster, dining among the dying in scenes designed to horrify readers. 19th century Romanian nationalist art portrayed him as a noble prince, dignified and heroic, defending his people against foreign aggression. 20th and 21st century depictions have ranged from sympathetic tragic heroes to cackling villains to morally ambiguous anti-heroes, each reflecting the values and anxieties of its own era. The question of what the real Vlad was like beneath all the layers of representation may be unanswerable in any definitive sense. We can establish certain facts about his life, but the inner person, the thoughts and feelings and motivations, remain largely inaccessible. Medieval people did not write memoirs or keep diaries in the way modern people do. They did not analyze their own psychology or explain their reasoning in ways that would satisfy contemporary readers. Vlad remains, in many ways, a stranger, someone whose actions we can observe, but whose mind we can only imagine. The enduring power of the Vlad Dracula story in all its forms suggests that it touches on something fundamental in human experience. The fear of death, the desire for immortality, the ambivalence about power and its costs, the fascination with those who transgress normal boundaries, these themes resonate across cultures and centuries. Whether encountered as history or horror, as cautionary tale or adventure story, the legend continues to compel attention in ways that more conventional stories do not. 500 years after his death, Vlad remains relevant, discussed, debated, and represented in countless forms. The night has truly deepened now, and the tale has reached its end. We've travelled through centuries and across continents, from the medieval Balkans to Victorian England to the global entertainment industry of today. We've met a prince and a monster, a historical figure and a fictional icon, a man and a legend. The boundaries between these categories have blurred along the way, as they always do when history becomes myth. What remains is a story worth telling, worth hearing, worth remembering, even as sleep calls and the darkness welcomes us. So close your eyes now, let the images of stakes and castles and ancient battles fade into the peaceful darkness. The dragon's son has had his moment, and now it's your turn to rest. Tomorrow the world will still be there, with all its complexities and questions, but tonight belongs to sleep. Good night, wherever you are. May your dreams be gentle, your rest be deep, and may no creatures of the night disturb your peace. The real Dracula is long dead, and the fictional one is only as real as we allow him to be. Sweet dreams, night owls. Until next time.